Good morning, everybody. Ding ding. Oof. Well, that's not gonna probably last. SPX. VIX down. SPX at 44.50. NQ. Hold on. Ouch. That's no big deal, right? It's just 90 basis points from the pre-market high. It'll calm down. It's just profit taking, right? Do you look at Nvidia earnings? Yeah. What about them? They're projecting like 16 billion for next quarter. That's a lot of soft goods. Good morning. The Siri play is dead and buried if it hits $4, right? Or is it already dead? It's been dead for a while. $4 is really bad though. So what if not only call holders capitulate at Nvidia at this price? What if everyone that bought Nvidia at 200 capitulate? That's possible, but unlikely. I just wanted to ask if there's anything unexpected. No? They're still reporting sales they've yet to fulfill, but outside of that, nothing crazy. The $16 billion projection, is it in the room with us right now? I don't know, but there's a lot of $500 Nvidia call holders who just got fucked super hard. It's got to bounce back, right? SPX slipping 440s kind of important. 440, 430 will put VIX back above 16. Hmm. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. IV on Nvidia calls is dropped by like 100%. Or 50% rather. Sorry. That's gotta be rough. Time to sell my Soxel calls. Do. I'm glad I didn't play this one. I'm glad I did, but differently. What? Let's see. Durable goods are not looking so hot for Caterpillar. That's kind of cool. Hmm. Bulls need a bounce here. Yeah, they don't want it to slip below 44.40. 44 for well 44.40, 44.30. That would be kind of bad. But I think once the profit taking's over here, it should start to bounce back. Secure, what's up, dude? Looks like universally everyone used this pump as the sell the news event. Yes. Also, Dixie's rocketing this morning, and durable goods shit the bed real hard. Um, Dixie's made like two attempts at 104. Yields are expanding again today. Pound is down 72 BPS. Euro's down 32. Yen's up 71. Or, well, yen's down 71. Russell getting clobbered a little. Dow down. Gork, my Nvidia hedge didn't pay off. I tried to buy outside the IV crush. I must have still been too close. Live and learn. Did you hedge with like a different instrument or with Nvidia directly? One of the company's earnings is floating the bull thesis. That's it. It's true. It is just one company now. It's good to see you, man. Is J&J action expected? What, the bounce? Sure. Holy fuck, NQ still selling off. Is that going to stabilize at all? To fill the entire gap from last night? Almost. Ooh. KV's dumping a little bit. Bearish. Huh. GME is looking spicy. I'm probably gonna wait before I pick up more calls on it. But yeah, it's starting to. Still no fucking covering. Maybe the borrow rate will start to go up. They gotta be running out of liquidity in IJH eventually. Does Nvidia need to make it back above 500 to keep moving up? Very much so. Yeah. 1 second, I need to check something. Hmm. Ooh. They gotta hold that, right? Is it possible they could cover on a non-OPEC date period for GME? I mean, yeah, there's September or during either like the ETF FTD period at the beginning of September. Bar rate's set in stone for eons. Yeah, it's been very unresponsive. Are these huge dips or rips on yen and Dixie a sign of something? Yeah. Financial conditions are tightening. I mean, yen is more to do with the fact that their inflation's high and dollar value is rising too much. But Nvidia Ivy Crush is wild. Jan 500 cover calls are up 50% with the underlying up 6%. Yep. Was someone calling BS on Jensen? No, but the dip here is probably gonna trigger short call closing, right? And that'll probably drive prices back up. Also, don't forget that everybody that couldn't afford like at the money calls on Nvidia is currently fucked. So they're bailing out like rats off a sinking ship. Once all the like bag holders bail on their calls and the short calls close, it'll probably go back up again. But that may not even be today, right? There were like tens of thousands of calls at like 500 and above. And 500 calls opened at a loss this morning, right? I did a 44, 40, 44, 45 strangle just now at 44, 43. Let's see where we go today. Fair. Oil, wanting to bet on oil going up sharply in a week and beginning of September, reminiscent of March 2022. How could I best capture that play through equities, options, besides ZOM? Valero or Chevron tend to move a lot with like spot crude prices. I picked up an Nvidia weekly. Let's go. KV's having a rough morning. Yeah. Cut J&J here for risk or not enough of a bounce. Do whatever you want with it. You should have sold most of your position already. Fucking $1 move and everyone panics. Jesus Christ. Hey, now, when will my one fun size NVIDIA 495C print? Maybe never. Anything you're looking for before entering 0DT SPX calls? Um, I've I've already entered 0DT SPX calls. Um, I, I suppose I would get more if I confirmed a bounce here back above like 44.50. And right now the market's perfectly in line with my expectations from last night, right? NQ dumped a little harder than I expected, but everything else is right on track. Is M bouncing? A little bit. I mean, it's up 0.5%. Hmm. Okay. All right. Vic shooting back down. So everyone's sad about GME. Be thankful you're not holding AMC. Are you gonna roll your gen? Nvidia puts out. No, probably not. But depending on where this kind of levels out, I'll probably re-enter that like closer to the money range position that I closed out last week. Um, but I'm gonna wait a few days before I do. It's 44, 80, 85 an inevitability. I mean, it's not inevitable, but they can try to push for it. There's still a put wall at like 44.60. There's fast gamma at 44.60, 250. So there's some resistances, right? I don't know if they'll matter or like it'll probably just get squeezed out, right? But still got to get there first. I bought some $20 915s on GME. There you go. Would you consider 2025 leap puts down to 100 or 200, or is that simply too far out of the money now? I don't think 200's out of the question. 100 might be too far out of the money. Although who knows what Nvidia like longs are gonna do when Nvidia misses in earnings, right? If you have that much theta, I mean the Vega alone might be worth it. They're shorting VIX very hard, very scared of any downside. I mean, yeah, below 44.30 is like a big problem. The fuck is this? Oh. Alright, so Nvidia is finding a little bit of stability just above at the 480 sold calls. Alright, so if the sold calls start to pull back now on Nvidia and close out, it might start to move up a little bit. Fuck happened to Caterpillar? Jesus Christ. Really making a fucking run for it, huh? Dow freaking rocketed? Yeah, I see that. As long as it stays under gamma neutral. If it crosses, I'm going to close it. Holy shit. Dixie got rejected too. Still at like 103.69, but that was a crazy fucking bounce. Mm. Dixie up, so cat going god mode. Mm. No. they're they're definitely a multinational and fucking durable shit the bed this morning. So no. Dixie up is not the reason cat is up. Does this overexuberance give JPAT breathing room to do more than a 0.25 hike? More to do? I mean, sure, but what good's that gonna do? Give me a thumbs up or down if you still think we'll test 44.6250. I don't know if this pulls back any further. I'm gonna stop out of the calls I just bought. Probably. Yeah, we're probably still gonna test it. Still looks quite bullish on the 15 there. Yeah, I think we still test like fast gamma. There's definitely enough interest. There's calls piled up pretty much all the way up to like all the way up to 44.70, and fast gamma moved down to 44.50, 250 too. So now it's just the sold calls to the upside as protection. Oh, you bitch. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. It's delta neutral. Oh, okay. Mm. Today feels like a day where I get fucked if I play 0 DT, SPX. What? Where did it go? How much more room are we giving Cat here? I mean, it's like at gamma neutral, so none above it. I was being sarcastic, but when 20-year at 5%, it's pretty close, right? It is at 5. Oh, 20-year? 20 years at like 4. It was higher the other day, I think. How low of a price do you think GME goes before it bounces? There's still like one more downside resistance in like the 15, like 1556. So it could probably go below that. Nvidia bouncing back a little bit. Shit. support anywhere here? Hmm. It's moving back up again. Oh, I got stopped out of my calls. It's worth it. So Nvidia 600 win? Why would Nvidia go to 600? It can barely hold 5. Couple days. No, seriously though, that's 600's fucking ridiculous valuation. Do you ever think of puts as pooty toots and get a little upset at me? No. Sorry. What's up, Greg Barry here? Already scalped $420. Sick gain, I know. But we already went down, already pushed up. I think the forecast now calls for some light chop. Probably. Higher low here. Profit taking off the rally right there is not necessarily like a good thing, right? Bulls are skittish, kind of. Which is, you know, neat. Dixie moving back up again. Spreads are still blowing out a bit. ExxonMobil to acquire NQ as primary drilling company. Dude, NQ's really like kind of shit in the bed here, man. Like, bad. Fucking flip negative after its best day. Or its best earnings of the whole fucking quarter. One of its best days of the quarter too. It fucking went up huge yesterday, like 150 BPS. It was getting less bullish pretty quickly. I know. Hey, I didn't get stopped out of my cat call. That's nice. Put. Cat put. Although it's not coming down as quickly as everything else. Is this breaking down? Not yet. It's still got to go below 44.30 to break down. It's very possible we'll just get another fucking bounce. Yeah, no real profit taking out of the money. 44.50, 55, 60, 65, 70 are all still stacked. Socks X ripping, I know. Uh, 55. Yeah. NQ find some support yet? No. NQ is getting obliterated, and SPX is about to fill the downside gap. JPOW talks tomorrow. This price isn't great for my 40-45 strangle. You didn't want to exit the top half of that when we tested 44.60. Thoughts on a Baba entry? Fucker. God damn it, I forgot about that. It's like okay. It was better earlier. Harker expects slowdown in economy, seeing inflation coming down. Fed has probably done enough with policy. Policy is restrictive. Let the restrictive stance play out. Should lower inflation. What about the uptick in inflation? I'm getting ready to head out or stay bulls. I mean, I already got stopped out of my calls that I bought earlier. I got stopped out of the. I don't have it. I don't really have any calls left on anything. I don't particularly have a lot of puts either, though. I feel very unexposed. Girk, is this bullish? No, we just lost. I mean, we just lost 44.40. That's pretty bad. Still has room to drop, too. Ooh, VIX back at 16. Yo, Girk, I put in my entire port for a Nvidia earnings play, and the entire options chain, both calls and puts, are red. What mean? Wait, are you fucking for real right now? Triple bottom for Jimmy? Jimmy has no bottom. Dang, SQQQ calls at open were the play. Yep. My only downside exposure to the drop in QQQ is like some shit I have on SoxX. But the $20 run at open was nice. No sell, Gork, unless GME hits 5. Why would I sell it at 5 if I wouldn't sell it at 16? Any chance for a bounce? It's getting worse. Yeah, it's because Ivy crushed out hard. At the money options yesterday were trading at like 170%, 160 to 170% IV. They opened this morning at like 90. They're now down to 69. Ooh, AT&T's up a little bit today. Dixie's still dropping. Still, it's still above 103.50, but it's coming down a little. Do you manifest your stock picks? No. What's Todd doing? Trying? This isn't fun anymore. I'm sorry to hear that, bipolar bear. Looks like KB found some support. J&J lost after the little pump. Interesting. I wonder what happens here. And if we lose 35, it's just puts like all the way back down to 4. How did the Bulls fuck this up? Shit, is Jackson okay? They didn't. They're waiting for me to buy puts. I'm not gonna load puts unless we slip 44.30. I think everyone's using this pump to get out of underwater bullish positions. Geronimo. I mean, yeah, they definitely are, but still. Jackson's putting Vaseline on his hole to prepare for tomorrow. Oh, okay. As long as he's safe. Looks like a QQQ may bounce at 367. You think so? I think NQ looks like it's headed back below 15. It already fucking slipped support at like 15.2. Nvidia now boasting 3% returns over yesterday. Gork, heavy shorting in the meme basket. I know. Or just selling. Good thing I didn't go long upstart yet. I wish Cal would fucking fail though. why is Dow doing so fucking great? Fucking bullish bastard. What article does CNBC run today? SPX and NQ down after Nvidia posts record-breaking earnings. How does that make sense? They'll probably call it like profit taking or a healthy pullback. Finally entered some 25-24 KVU 915 calls in the red candles this morning. Do you like the entry here? Or would have after the weekend eating theta likely probably better? It gets added to the S&P tomorrow, so having some exposure before the weekend's probably not a bad thing. Um, as long as you're not too far out of the money with the majority of your positioning, then it's probably okay. At least you'll have time to cut. Crescent already jumped into long upstart. Yet, why? Nvidia was going down. Upstart's just small Nvidia. You see the formerly Godstock Dole? Glad I took profit. I sold covered calls on it like a couple weeks ago. I haven't looked at it since. Hold on. What the fuck is that not on my watch list? Oof. It's down a whole dollar. They lower guidance? Oh, missed a little bit on revenues. EPS was up though. Yeah, that's not gonna last, but I'm definitely gonna close my covered calls. $1.60. Is Baba finally heading down? Looks like it, yeah. SPX still hasn't lost 44.30 yet. Did AMC reverse split so it would be more psychologically appealing to short? I mean, they reverse split and they're down 30% already. And this is not looking good for for longs here. This is getting real fucking close to where it breaks down more. Ooh. Huh. Fuck. Where's this stop? ES got fucking rejected hard on its trend. So give me price target on Baba at 78.97. The PT on Baba is 82.61 and 78.97. It's two. I don't want it to stop. Please, market, don't stop. Now that we've broken 44.30, where to? I mean, it could keep going down. Put interest just picks up from this point down, right? $25 and 20's got a pretty decent amount of put interest. 15, then 10 and 4400 have even more. Put volumes picking up quite a bit. We're back below the gamma flip point, which has started to move up, so even more puts are coming in. Selling out of the money calls. Bearish. Hmm. It's getting shit on a bit. Hmm. Fubo's holding up really well. That's surprising. Siri touching 4. Yeah, I saw. They borrowed a bunch of shares against it today. I forgot about my 132 Google weekly puts yesterday. I guess they may be going in the money. It looks like they're in the money. So what exactly caused a flip of the script like this? Too much call side capitulation? And the Bears got leverage? I mean, we got profit taking it open, which I expected, right? I didn't expect profits to get taken on this bounce so quickly. Like this is where they pushed, right? Like they fucking stacked calls all the way up to like 470 or 4470. So this failure, this is a bit of a surprise. Nvidia pumped the market, giving everyone a great opportunity to dump bags everywhere. Well, yeah, I mean, calls that were sitting out of the money up at like 44.50 and 60 got a chance to dump. They might have gotten a chance to close out some like 44.25, 44.50 short puts too. Maybe they just took advantage of that with Jackson's hole tomorrow. I mean, I knew a slip below 44.30 was going to be bearish. We'll see how bearish it stays, right? Can you talk about how bad the miss on durables was? It was really bad. It was four. It was positive 4.4% last quarter. Um, I mean, obviously, like a huge part of that was vehicles, um, or transport. But yeah, I mean, it came in at negative 5.2% today, and they revised down the previous number. I should have known when my friend that loves TikTok said, I heard there's supposed to be a run today. Oh god, no. Shh. I made profits on my puts from yesterday early. My god, I should have held them even more. Fuck my life. You can always buy more puts. De-risking before Lord J-Pow, first of his name, ruler of men and markets, king of the price action, drops the bomb on markets tomorrow morning. Uh, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the Fed's projections for the year are. Great place for all the puts to reposition, too. Yes. Oh, they revised jobs as well. Is there going to be a most glorious V today, or did the calls all sell? Well, the problem with the V today is that they've kind of fallen below the level where they have a lot of leverage. We haven't slipped delta neutral yet, so they still have that. The revised jobs yesterday. Okay. How foolish would bear call spread 44.55, 44.30 be at the top of this bounce? That could be very foolish. There's still a lot of calls on the chain. Don't mistake the little bit of downside we've seen for a complete reversal. Do you think we test DN anytime this morning? I mean, if we break down through it, that's gonna confirm greater downside, right? There's enough interest there that we could. We'll see. I don't know if they're gonna hold 44.25 or not. Like on shorter term time frames, it looks like we get a little bounce here, but the longer term time frames look quite bullish or bearish rather after the drop. So we'll have to see if it reverses. J&J was the first pickles pick I actually traded. Closed out almost everything yesterday to reposition. Thanks to the lessons, dude. Nice, man. Well done. I hope you did well on it. I think I'm limited to market orders on Fidelity rather than use stop loss limits. Why is that? That's a DN for SPX. It's like 14, 4, 13 something. It's like 14, 44, 14 or some shit. 44, 13, 80. So it's, where the fuck did it go? Really? It just fucking disappeared entirely? I hate WeBull so much. There, that's close enough. Looks like the sell-off's gonna continue a bit here. I slept in, check DMs. What do you got? Ooh. That's fun. Okay. So VIX is gonna spike again here in a second. Because they oversold the 4410 strike. That's bearish as fuck, dork. I love how the mid-range just collapsed. I guess the sold calls didn't want to get squeezed out. We almost tested 4460. I did quite well on some 4440s I bought it open. Well, just after open. Yeah. If I go to a medically induced coma for 2 years, what will Jimmy's price be? I don't know, man. I hope higher. Does the KV supplementary dividend affect how you want to play it? No. Also, isn't today the ex-dividend date? It's already locked in, right? Do you ever feel bad when you make a bad decision and let something go beyond your risk, then it reverses, and you are rewarded for a bad decision? I mean, usually the only time that happens to me is if I forget to close the position. In which case, yeah, it feels shitty because I should have been paying attention. But usually if I let something slip beyond my risk, it's because I think it'll reverse. What about 4,400 C's in the money? It was like at the money. I bought one DTE too. I thought they were going to keep pumping it. I slapped like a loose stop on it when we hit 4450, and then I got stopped out after the breakdown. How bearish it just got is 4,400 on the table today. Yeah. Still have to break DN first, which is we're not there yet. They could still try to reverse this so we could bounce off delta neutral. Tons of volume on futures. Huh. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. It's starting to die down a little, right? We broke 44.35 on futures, by the way. Trend support to the downside is at 44.25, which is that's probably going to be like roughly DN. Yeah, that's going to be roughly around delta neutral on SPX. Do you think Nvidia goes red today? It'd be fucking hysterical, right? Ooh, nat gas inventory is not looking so hot. Shit. That's kind of fun. I sold some 4415Ps when it looked like it was going to be bullish. They're coming for me. Uh, why would you... Never mind. Have they given up on the 4450s? Some of them have gotten stopped out. Yeah, they're getting stopped out. A lot of them. Yeah, longer dated put positionings picks up here at like 4415. Jeez, a fucking hell of a sell-off. What's NQ doing? Okay, so NQ found a little bit of support just above 15. Although the bounce is really fucking weak so far. Hmm. I miss your in-depth GME analysis. There's nothing to fucking analyze. It's illiquid and it's still being shorted. What do you want? People don't buy options on it anymore, which is shitty. Is AMC looking MOASSy or what? Are you... Uh... JPY 2-year down 64%. Is someone fuck? Maybe. 6 months kind of spreading out a bit. Yields aren't going too crazy, and the 20-year just slipped negative again. A $15 November M call gonna print? I don't know, maybe? Seems like a way more important level. Nearly, nearly an hour and a half into trading, and we haven't gotten any chop. What kind of market is this anyway? Well, we should find some here as they fight back against a failure of delta neutral. Or they'll just fail again, which I guess is a possibility. Why play Airbnb instead of Tesla on the downside? What? The fuck do you mean? It's not even the same company or sector. Friendometer is telling me this is a takeout breakout. My Cubs are piling in. Oh shit, I better buy some calls. Everyone, don't forget to touch the like spot. Yeah, really gets me going. What's DN at? It's 44.13. 44.13.80. I'm done buying calls. Okay. Not so fast. The way things are going, Airbnb owners are gonna need to sleep in their Teslas. Oh, that failed. That just can't be bullish, right? Much respect for the long play on the Airbnb Tesla joke. People don't buy options on GME because when they did before March 22 run, they shorted from 250 to 80, and people lost their shirt before that next run trying to play December, Jan, and Feb OPEX. Okay, what's your point? If people had stopped buying fucking weeklies and they'd bought leaps, it never would have been a problem. But people didn't want to buy leaps because they didn't really believe in the company at all. Rightfully, it turned out. But Jimmy Calls used to be mega expensive. Could have always used debit spreads. How dare you make the hedge delta with your leaps? Shill. I don't think there was a point in history where like GME bottomed and if you'd bought leaps, you wouldn't have made money. I must have said that 5,000 times, and who the fuck has any GME leaps? No one. Well, some guy bought some the other day before it tanked more, but besides that. I bought socks, batteries, and NFTs. Of course I believed in the company. I have GME covered call leaps. That's not quite the same. I don't know. I don't know what. I didn't know what debit spreads were back then. I still don't, but I didn't back then. Fair. I sold GME leaps. Literally free money. I leap to conclusions. Nice. It was a lot like the Leap SPX hits we talked about for months between August and September 22. Better to where? What? There goes, yeah, there goes DN. Dork, I started another baby account. This one's specifically for testing the strategy we spoke of the other night. I'm gonna blow it up in like 4 days. Also, I wanted to see if it was possible to trade options on Fidelity. Seems fine. I mean, it's shitty, but like, it's not as bad as Vanguard. At least I don't need forever stamps. Yeah, I got instant approval for margin and level 4 options. I don't understand the issues people have been having with it. It was fucking easier than getting margin on WeBull. Don't you have 1,000,000 plus in GME at Fidelity? But this is a different account. I still have the 5. This is the 5K account. This is another account that I opened to test a different strategy. A baby account should be called a yacht account. If someone becomes an insert 250K membership here, you take them out on your yacht. I mean, we could like rent one for a day or something if they really want to. Don't participants need to get neutral positioning for tomorrow? Yeah. Except it looks like we're getting it in the 4,000 range. It's all tied with your social security number. No, it's not. It's based on your account balance. That that's literally FINRA regulations. They're not like, oh, he's good for it. Check his credit. Do you ever play acquisitions? Sometimes. Well, Greg, I'm almost back in the green after playing everything completely wrong. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. I'm proud of you. Now that we're below DN, what's the next support? Well, we're not actually below DN. We're at DN. So yeah, under delta neutral is not really a bouncy area, you know? Someday when I'm rich and I buy Pontiff, I'm gonna give you the choice of coming to Ohio or my vacation rental for the day. You could stream from the pool if you wanted. That sounds awful. Thanks, man. Gherkinites was definitely coined by yours truly. All the credits yours. Now that we're below DN, what's the next support? 4400? Well, 4410 a little bit. There's some like Vega risk there. So if we fall like 4410 and 4400 are gonna push VIX up higher. I solved the McFarlane Harper conspiracy in your Discord DMs. That's beautiful. I think everyone deserves to know that Seth MacFarlane looks exactly like Dylan Harper. It's so cursed. Goodbye, YouTube monetization. Nah, it's fine. They're boobs in a bra. You clearly haven't spent a lot of time on YouTube. Does this make me gay, Gorg? I don't know. Did you tell your parents about your rollerblading yet? I've now breached through my work pants. Thank you. Congratulations. Don't you ever disrespect me quoting some niche porn star I had to Google. Wasn't she really famous at one point? My pants just MOASSed. Congratulations. The Uniboober is pretty famous. Which SPX options can you buy with your daily YouTube income? Like SQQQ $5 out of the money weeklies. Any chance of a bounce back above 44.25? Yeah, absolutely. Although there's not a ton of call interest there yet. It'll build. It's like stagnation at any price point is bad for bears, but interest is picking up, so we'll see how it goes. We still want to break down through 44.10, below the short puts. That way we get the bump in VIX and we can pull towards like the bigger pile of puts at 4,400. Do you actually think AMC would have this much of a negative impact on GME? No, but no, probably not. All right, so ES is at that trend support we talked about earlier. We're gonna want to see. We're gonna want to see this breakdown, and then we move to that 4,000 test at like 411.50, which somehow I moved that line. There we go. Let's go like that. Still like no volume on the bounce, right? So that's still pretty bearish here. We may not find any actual support till we get down here to like view up, or like 4,400 in this range. Fuck. That's crazy. Nvidia's almost red on the day. It's almost like the amount of money they make isn't equivalent to their valuation. The market is still scarred from last year's Jackson Hole. I mean, it's a big risk, right? So it's without them getting the call support on the upside or being able to break up above like the sold calls and squeeze them out. It looks like they just gave up instead. TLT has not moved. I'm financially ruined. I hope you have a lot of theta on that. Chop between 44.10 and 44.15 for the next 2 hours, probably. No, I think there's way too much interest for that to be like a reality. I think we'll probably move pretty hard. Not sure if it's gonna be to the upside here, but it could be if we don't fail 44.10 soon. If we take too long to fail 44.10, I think we'll get a bounce. But it does look like right now like we're gonna fail 44.10 before that's an issue. Mm, no. Delta neutral's a better indicator there. Hmm. Yep, this test also fails. Are your KView 30Cs for 915? Yeah. I mean, I don't have that many of them. I only have like 50. They're cheap as fuck. How can one determine whether stagnation equals pro-bearishness or pro-bullishness? At a quick glance, would out-of-the-money OI be a reasonable metric? Danke. Stagnation's almost always bullish on indexes. Drops are fast, climbs are slow. The only thing I want is to buy cat at the bottom. How plausible is below 4,400? It's definitely possible. We need to slip a little further here, but I don't think it's unreasonable to get a test there. I'm getting quite a lot of put interest at 4,400 right now too, and it's continuing to accumulate in excess of the out of the money call interest. So, but yeah, 4,410. We still need to slide below 4,410. The call side finding like less and less volume is a good thing here. Like on the long side, they're not finding a lot of buyers on the upside test. How many rejections do they need to see a DN before they give in to the warm caress of the bear hug? Um, Probably as many as they can pull off, right? Because if they lose 4,410, they're gonna like lose control of sub 17 VIX. What's up, popcorn? What are we gonna do with all these data centers during the recession? Use them during the winter for warming centers for the homeless? I thought, didn't you hear? Chat GPT is gonna boost our productivity and bail us out of any potential. We'll never have a recession again. You can't have a recession if you never have a job, right? I actually made a ton of money supplying components to data centers. I'm not mad. All right. Chat GPT is a liar. I asked it some questions on how to use a technical product, and it straight up lied to me. I called it out, and it admitted it. Yeah, it does that frequently. It also like provides randomly provides completely delusional data that it just creates. ChatGPT has increased my productivity so I can waste that time here in chat. If they keep getting rejected at DN after repeated tries, it seems like they're just hemorrhaging their war chest. And they're trying to get puts to capitulate, right? But it's not working, obviously. Man, ChatGPT can't even solve basic math equations. It's definitely not. It's definitely not fucking Skynet. Those JPEG deepfakes are dope, though. You got to admit, but that's not even AI. That's just that's just like the deepfake software. Where they just like mask an image, right? Chewy announced his first ever AI CEO. I'd buy it. It's only a language model. It's in the name. It's for chatting, not for information. It has no model for anything about the world, only languages. I'm buying Nvidia weeklies here. Wish me luck. Puts or calls? Chewy announces first dog CEO. Uh-oh, the new AI CEO said something racist again. People don't realize that most AI is just scripting that we've been using for years. Yeah. What price would you get ENPH? Hmm. I don't know. How low is it? I'm a little more. I'd be a little bit more bullish on them than I am on FSLR. But it looks like it has plenty of room to go down. I don't know. Maybe I'd buy it at like $70. Great earnings and expanding profit margins. There's just no way they're done with like throwing capex all over the place, right? Cash flows are decent. Yeah, liabilities are still rocketing. Well, I don't know. I would say like between 109 and like 70, I'd be more interested. I think it could go down a lot more before it goes back up again, though. I don't like this AI talk. Top was the worst play ever. That's because you bought it at the peak. If you'd bought it the Friday before, when everyone else did, you could have just sold for 50% gains. What happened to the Nvidia share price when people return the billions in AI chips when they realize AI doesn't do anything? You think they have a return policy on those? Science often fails to ask the question of should I do this rather than what they always do and just say, can I do this? It's the moral quandary of innovation in science. Eh, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's like popcorn trader buying top at the peak, right? He didn't ask if he should, but he knew that he could. If you were buying into KVU, would you still buy September? You can buy more theta if you want to. So they need to have sold the chips for them to get returned. Well, they would have had to have delivered the chips. They've sold them. If I can, I will. It's easy. I don't like it and I don't trust it. What, AI? It's harmless. You can buy more theta if you want to the tune of you can dance if you want to. Write it up. Popcorn Trader is a Renaissance investor. It's harmless now. It will be for the next 50 years, too. It's not going to become more advanced. It's fundamentally useless. It's not fucking. uh, AI is gimped by humans. Can this garbage just finish at 43.50 today, just so I can laugh at bulls heartily? It's kind of funny. They were all so bullish this morning. Nvidia found a little bit of support. Back at prices not seen since the day before yesterday. Slowly losing 410. Ugh. Hmm. Yeah, put volume still increasing. Starting to get a lot more puts at 43.80. 95, 90. 4,400 still stacked. They're slowly, I mean, they're slowly losing their ability to bounce it higher. If we fail the trend here, it's going to drop. And VIX is going to go up more. We'll probably get VIX close to 17 now. I love when you give a pickle stick and it runs like clockwork on entry. Hashtag Baba. Fucking had to wait all week for the entry though. And then I fucking forgot about it. Oop. There's that buy support coming in again. Fuck, they really don't want to lose this level. And we're already slipped on futures. Which means the next two that we're looking for, like here and here. Although I don't think this is going to present much of a resistance because it's stacked with puts, right? 4400 this range. This might, because that's the next level of like big Vega risk. Gorg is an AI and is just trying to tell us that it's harmless, but it's so weak. Skynet, we're doomed. I have a secret to reveal to you. What is it, Popcorn Trader? I didn't think we had secrets. The market is like an onion, yo. Popcorn Traders and AI. Don't worry, I DM'd you. Nice. That's not really a secret. I've seen that before. How the fuck do you mark a DM as unread? God damn it. I'm not playing the bear song. Nvidia just broke below the high from July 18th. It would be bonkers if Nvidia closes red after all the headlines about best earnings ever. Kenny wanted that money. I've been waiting for a dip to get into Nvidia. It just keeps ripping. It dropped to like 400 the other day. The MM's got all the money last night. No, they got all the money this morning. When I opened below 500. There was like SPX levels of like SPX 0 DTE levels of interest at the 500 strike. Wall Street bets in shambles. Yeah. God, yeah, there were so many people posting like 500C YOLOs yesterday after it ran to 520 during the earnings call. Upstart's fucked if Nvidia keeps dumping. How strong is the 4400 resistance? Not very. We might get some put capitulation at it though. Because the puts really haven't taken any profits on the way down here. I mean, they already shook everybody out so fucking hard with the 6% move overnight, right? This is just evil. Like, Wall Street Bets gang experienced a roller coaster of emotions from the time they went to bed last night to now. Yeah, that's fucking rough. I kind of I feel bad for. I feel bad for people that had like 480s and didn't close it open while Ivy was still up. Do you actually feel bad? No, because I closed my 475s on Nvidia at open. I feel bad that I don't have more puts on Nvidia, I guess, but I can buy them later. Hey Greek, I cut my QQQ calls yesterday at close. Hashtag blessed. I feel bad for the market makers that have to spend all that time counting their money. I mean, playing Nvidia earnings was a terrible, terrible fucking idea. Like, especially playing out of the money on it, right? Like the market maker was pricing in like a 20 to 25% move depending on the contract. It's fucking ridiculous. Even on a beat, like the expectation that it would become what, a 1.5 or $2 trillion company, that's fucking insane. You guys know that Microsoft has like 9x or 7x their revenues. Amazon has like 16x their revenues. Soxel weekly puts 2250, 80% though. I'm putting up both sides of the Soxel and Soxus straddles. Those were good because they didn't price them up, but risky because they're 3x ETFs, right? Yeah, no problem. And those the options on that didn't price down until like yesterday afternoon. Those were over fucking priced most of the day yesterday too. I woke up late as fuck today. Did bulls actually de-risk a lot of sold puts? A few, yeah. But they also just got fucked and pushed underwater on a bunch of them. They just got pushed underwater on 4410s too. Even with a slight bounce here, we're probably still gonna lose. Probably still gonna, well, test for 4400. I guess I'm not sure if we'll lose 4400, but we could. I still don't see any profit taking on the put side. It just seems to just be accumulating more and more. Yeah, now 4380 is in excess of 4400. So bears want to take it all the way back to like spot from the day before yesterday. There it is. I took 350% on my 4400 zero DT lottery ticket. Nice, man. They're trying to claw back anything, but 4410's the resistance they didn't want to lose. I thought it got really bearish below DN. This is peanuts. They're pushing back against it, but it does. And the further we go below DN, the more bearish it gets. Did you see Jim Cramer's tweet yesterday about Nvidia? It's all his fault. He practically said buy, don't sell. What's to do with Jimmy and OPEX? I'm assuming the only chance for a run within the next few weeks is a positive earnings. Yeah, it's either I mean right now it looks like it's either going to be earnings or like September OPEX. I'm always set up for a decent V with so many puts in the money if they capitulate, and there's more puts out of the money that are accumulating, right? So and V's below delta neutral aren't usually so hot. Sorry, did I miss it? What pushed us into the dust spiral? I mean, some profit taking first thing this morning. And then fucking hard rejection on the reaccumulation on the call side. So calls took profit on open because we opened really high, right? And a bunch of them were in the money. Then they rebuilt up the out of the money call position. We pumped up to like 44.58, and then we've just dumped ever since. Fucking bears rolled in hard. Rolled down my bear call to 44.20.25. Nice. When do we get info from Jackson Hole? Tomorrow, 10:05 a.m. Earnings is on September 6th for GME, right? Jesus, the AMC streamers are losing their minds. It's sad. Why wouldn't the shorts just pile back in at fucking AMC like $20, right? What the fuck were they thinking? You know the problem here is like a lot of apes and GME holders, they still don't understand how short selling works. They think that like all short selling is like like fuel for a squeeze. V for neutral positioning to DN. It's perfect for puts capitulating and grabbing cheap calls to achieve neutral. But no one's really buying any cheap calls, and put volume is outpacing call volume like 2 to 1, almost 2 to 1 right now. Also, the market maker is going to go longer Vega. So we're going to get a VIX spike if we go below 4,400. Logic says there's nothing that JPOW could say that would be bullish long term. So under market irrationality, that means we pump on his speech. So what will he say that is bullish? I mean, I think the most bullish outcome is they stick to the script, right? One more 0.25 this year. We plan on seeing inflation down. Banks are stable and resilient. Blah 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 blah. Right. I think almost every other outcome is super bearish. If they pause, really bearish, right? And it's also going to drive interest into bonds. And then the spread is going to get pressured from both sides, like on yen. So the carry trade's going to get pressured. Credit spreads are going to get pressured. Dixie will probably go up. Dixie will also go up on a rate hike, like if they do the 0.25, but it'll be spread out a little more and it kind of eases some of those pressures. If they cut, the market could crash. If they increase quantitative tightening in order to have some meaningful effect on money supply, probably crash. um, or at least we'll start to get a lot of bank failures within the next 3 months. 0.5 is going to be viewed by the vast majority of market participants as bearish. So if they hike beyond expectations, if their dot plot shows inflation climbing into another round of inflation going into 2024, which it's very likely to do if oil prices increase. Nat gas prices went up today, so that's gonna become instantaneously inflationary. Um, Remember, they don't make a rate decision tomorrow, but they do announce their projections of what decision they're gonna make, right? So, um, It's not an immediate effect on any potential rate increases. Nvidia share buyback? I mean, they have one in place. I don't think they've used a lot of it because the stock is super overpriced. I think he skips and raises the federal funds rate. Hmm. You think he skips on a hot inflation print? That's optimistic. Jesus Christ, we're still doing all this free. Wonderful economic perspective and education. FFs, man. When GME go up? um, if not earnings, September OPEX, it looks like. Why would pausing or decreasing rate be bearish? So if they cut rates, everybody's going to run into the bond market, right? Because that means the peak for yields is in. That's gonna that's gonna crush dollar value and narrow yen spreads and create massive credit risk across the market. So yeah, I mean cuts are always very bearish historically. A pause would be bearish because it's kind of like a cut but slower, right? Not necessarily a pause, but like we're done. Like if they announce they're done with their hiking cycle, and they're just going to maintain the federal funds rate at its current level, um, that'll be bearish until inflation ticks higher, right? And more pressure is put on them to raise rates again. Because you know credit markets are already tightening and the lagging effects of that are only starting to be realized, and that just means that we're going to hold that that credit tightening for the foreseeable future, right? And that's also going to drive interest into bonds because it means they're likely at their top. Do they lose 4,400? I mean, they're gonna try not to, but they could. Yeah, they could lose 4,400 here. VIX 17. Woo. VIX 18 if we go below 43.75. Cuts bearish, pause bearish, hike bearish, calls it is. My biggest thing for tomorrow is the Fed presidents are becoming a little more divided if you listen to their last few speeches on the econometric indications of a recession, right? Um, and if the Fed, like if J Powell leans into that, right? And part of doing that would be a 0.25 hike, right? Because that raises the chance of a recession. But if the Fed leans into the recessionary narrative, yeah, it's going to cause pretty widespread de-risking, right? Because a lot of what's left of the very weak bull case at this point is that there will be no recession, right? And the Fed is, you know, they've said multiple times over the last couple of quarters that a recession is really unlikely. Yet the reports from their staff continuously indicate rising concern of a recession into the end of 2023 and 2024. I mean, you don't raise the effective federal funds rate by 550 to 600% and not get a bout of unemployment, right? Regardless of how much money is floating around in the system, it's not possible, right? Over a long enough time horizon, that rate increase is going to catch up. And you know, corporations have largely benefited by the fact that they haven't had to refinance any of their corporate like debt yet or their revolving credit lines, but that's all coming up in Q4 and Q1 of next year, right? And once those corporations start refinancing that debt at, you know, 7% interest, that's really going to hurt their balance sheets and their forward valuations, right? So that's one of the reasons a pause is kind of like a pause or a freeze is pretty bearish over like the next couple of quarters, right? Because it keeps those tight conditions in place, you know, through all of that debt refinancing, which is, you know, gonna have a major impact on like the forward projections of growth, right? I saw some photos of Cybertrucks being delivered. They look horrible. Yeah, they do. I just had to let people go. We finance our inventory between October and December at these rates in order to maintain EBIT. We need to cut staff. Yep. I didn't say. I mean, it's pretty. I think it's pretty obvious today that the broader the broader group of fucking morons that drive financial markets have come to the conclusion that yeah, Nvidia might be a little bit overvalued. JFresh was right last night when he said bears are usually early because participants are morons. But aren't we in a unique situation where the past few years of pandemic, we've lost a significant portion of our workforce? And so the job market will remain strong, but we're continuously losing portions of our workforce. I mean that doesn't necessarily keep the job market strong. Right? You still have to make cuts if profitability goes down, and you know, even though hiring has remained strong, productivity has gone down. If I get stopped out on volatility, should I add more theta or time to my entries, or time my entries better? I'm refining my trading style and I want to know what to focus on. If you go into how, that would be great too. So when you get stopped out of a profitable position and you re-enter, obviously you're taking on more risk because you've already realized a lot of the price action that you would initially bought options for. So I think it's generally in that situation, it's better to step back and reassess the current conditions and then look for your next entry, right? I don't think it's necessarily like if you get stopped out on volatility, I don't think it's necessarily better just to dive right back in. I mean, sometimes it is, but you know, like everything in trading, there's always some nuance, right? But I would say that second position, you could add more theta to reduce risk. That's one way, but adding theta isn't always the best way to reduce risk, right? You can take, you know, smaller positions and then add to them if you start to get a continuation and you can confirm your level. Um, you can set tighter stops. But, you know, if you've got volatile price action, that can be kind of tricky. If just getting stopped out on volatility is always a problem for you, you're probably trading contracts that have premiums that are too volatile for your stop range, right? You need to work on figuring out a better range to set your stops. I think we get a bounce here. Let me see. It's possible. This could just get rejected again, though. Hmm. Hold on. So I think like the small bounce here could get a little momentum above 4405, but it's probably just going to fail. It would have to break back above delta neutral. And right now it doesn't look like it's in a great place for that. Hmm. And so on ES, you know, that's our VWAP test. So maybe back here. A failure before a test at that level would be bearish. So if we fail here, that's not going to be good. We'll probably head down even further. Hey Greek, I'm here with a PSA. Once I started beating my bishop with Tanga eggs, I thought I couldn't do it any other way. Today I stopped by my local pawn shop and bought a naughty nibbler with teeth, and I've never shot so much white in my life. Send me your address so you can borrow. Oh, fuck you, Kendra. You son of a bitch. The borrow part was genius. So buy GME Leaps, $20. I mean, you could probably wait a little bit, but that would be the best. That's like historically the best way to make money off of GME's lows. Remember being bearish on Nvidia last year? I remember being bearish on Nvidia last week. Also, I made money on being bearish on Nvidia last year. It was great. Your daily predicted ups today. My daily predicted ups if we didn't fail back below 44.30. Thoughts on the bull market, bull put spread on Nvidia? 450, 455 weekly for overnight hold. Bull put spread Nvidia. 455, 450, 455 weekly for an overnight hold. Is it worth it? I mean, probably not a ton of risk, but Powell starts talking pretty early tomorrow. I mean, I would say Nvidia is probably going to stabilize at around 480 a little bit. That's where a lot of the sold calls were. Like 470, 80, 90 and 500. So and 80 and 500 were the two biggest piles. So I would say that if the sold calls, if they start to reposition, it can still drop more. Like if they start selling, like if they start rolling their 80s up to like 85 or 90, Nvidia can drop more, but it'll probably stagnate in this range for a little while. SPX has some long side support, but is still very far below GN. As, as long as profit taking at open stabilizes above 44.40, call positioning should see it climb higher today. And at 44.60 and above, it would begin to pressure sold calls and may squeeze them out. So all of this is tracks. The only thing that was really working against this is the huge move up on Dixie this morning after it tested 104 and looks ready to test again. So keep an eye on VIX and any drop below 440, but I think it's unlikely to happen. Short put sellers are still sitting on Vega risk at 450, 475, 4500, and 4525 with Jackson hold tomorrow. Today may be the last opportunity to reduce those positions or pull them back. Okay. What there went wrong? It dropped to 440. It tested 44.60. It failed below 440 and then went down. Only unidirectional moves are allowed in analysis. I mean, at market open, if you bought a 440 put or a 440 call, you made money, right? Up or down shill. The thing propping up the job market is the influx of college grads and 20 somethings with postgraduate degrees willing to take jobs they wouldn't have even considered 25 years ago. For now. But that's only because they think their student loan debt is going to get forgiven. Market did went up at open, then up some more to 44.58. I know. Yeah, calls sold off at open, and then they reaccumulated to the upside. They tried to test 44.60, and they got rejected hard as fuck. Why are we going up? What the fuck? I just told you guys we can test the underside of the trend. I drew like a little X there. I said if it failed early, that would be bearish. Why is this shit so hard for people? Futures retest 44.15 and then uppies. Or puts reaccumulate after profit taking and we go down even harder. We just don't know what's going to happen yet. Greek, stop doing magic money stuff on SPX and tell me when GME $25 again. Ugh. Does the market crash in this scenario or not? Do you know the percent likelihood that indices retest a broken trend, especially a significant one? Just curious. It's the likelihood's actually pretty high. It's like 70% of the time, 70, 72, around there. It's very rare for like a big trend to break without it pulling back a little. You can manually backtest it. Would you have played this bounce off VWAP on ES with calls? Or just waited for a put entry if you were scalping actively? If I was trading that actively, yeah, I probably would have bought calls. Closed puts, bought calls. The problem with like, I mean, it's like high frequency scalping like that, um, is that it's not very scalable. If you try to scale it, you'll get blown up really hard, and you know when something moves against you. You also have to have a very very high degree of accuracy in your like support and resistances, and you have to understand the options levels just to even attempt it successfully. And even then, it's you know your win rate's gonna be like barely above 60. Declining volume, bearish. Yeah. Rejection, bearish. I don't know so much about the declining volume. But we still want to fall back below 4405, right? If we find support in this range, then you know, you've got a good potential of like continuation to the upside. When something grows against you, it's called assault. I have a law degree and I can make equivalent income with much better benefits as a UPS driver, but nah, because I'm not doing physical labor for work, even for a pension. Sounds like you should be demanding more money. How much are you charging an hour? Get those fucking billable hours rolling in, BMG. What the fuck, man? You should be making way more than a UPS driver. The securities lawyer I work with charges like 1,500 an hour, and he was cheap. I'm not trying to scalp like that very often. I was just kind of trying to gauge how big of an expected move you would want to see before you played something like that. I mean, to play something like that, you literally just have to have faith in the bounce. Otherwise, the potential for like a failure at the next resistance is way too high. So you have to enter. You really want to enter the call even before the bounce is confirmed. That's one of the big risks of scalping. That's why it's not a very good trading system. Oh, great Oracle of Standard and Poor's. Tell me your secrets. Will we see the market go down tomorrow if JPass says bearish shit? None of your fucking business, AJ. It's the job market plus the kind of law I do. Also, what he charges is not what he makes. Trust me. I mean, he's running it by himself. I mean, I'm sure he's paying taxes and shit, but he doesn't have like a firm. He doesn't even have an office. He's super shady, but he's really smart. I like him. I'm also a lawyer. It's an oversaturated market, and earnings are basically akin to broader wealth distribution societally. 10% making all the money. So I mean, here's a problem that I have, and I don't mean to offend anybody who's got a professional degree, but I feel like far too many people go to college and pursue a professional degree like engineering or medicine or law or an MBA under the assumption that that's just going to pay them everything they need for the rest of their life without having to hustle. I mean, college is only what you make of it. Why do you think we're all in here every day? Fair enough. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm really not. Um, but I do think that that's like a presumption of like deserved value, and like you still have to go out and earn that. It's absolutely true. It's because TV shows you the highlights and not reality, especially with lawyers in law school. Well, yeah, because everybody thinks they're going to become like a trial lawyer and handle like big headline cases. But Gork, it actually used to work that way when homes were sub 500K and degrees were a few thousand max. It doesn't work that way anymore. You got to adapt. I learned everything from the internet, and I'm making 300K as a software engineer without a degree. So yeah, formal education is overrated. I mean, like I spent an obscene amount of time in school, and like I pursued biology and then finance, and I don't think I've ever used my fucking finance degree for anything. But I did kiss ass and make friends and work my way into, 300 to $500,000 a year positions. But it wasn't because I went to school. That's just like a litmus test for if you're hireable or not. I tried the case of the Scranton Strangler. I mean, Popcorn Trader is a lawyer. Go to a nice university to find a wife and friends with boats. Yeah. To be a well paid lawyer, you have to play close to the crime line or even cross it. No. You can be extremely ethical and still be a well paid lawyer. It's just easier if you're not. Popcorn Trader is a lawyer? That's terrifying. Yeah, he's barred in Somalia. I need to teach the importance of networking in high school and college. Probably, but I don't know if that's something you can really teach people effectively. Like, I think everyone understands the importance of it. Some people just aren't good at it. The value of both a law degree and an MBA have been dropping since 2008 when many piled into them. More difficult to find strong salaries with the competition, plus older employees staying. True. You really emphasize the W in lawyer. That's because that's how it's pronounced. People that aren't good at it become engineers. Listen, I'm a software engineer and still trade and have my scaping stream and OnlyFans as side income. Past generations left us with nothing, and we've got to hustle to survive. Yeah, more people, more competition. It's the same with doctors and all professions, though. It's oversaturation of the market and worsening conditionings, leading people leaving these fields. I mean, you have a JD, right? Like you could probably get any executive level job you want. Probably many of which would pay you more than being in legal practice. So if the market's oversaturated and it's a shitty time to practice, do something else. All of them will pay me more. Literally all of them. So go do it, right? And then you've got more money. Boom. Easy. I, I took a job as like a VP of operations for a weed company. I didn't know fuck about operations at a weed company, right? But but they were paying like 2x the salary to attract people with degrees. I was like, fuck it. Because nobody wanted to work for them. It's like it was a shit job and I never should have done it, but it paid a lot of money. I was there like 2 years, 2.5 years. That's when I just started saving up all my money and like decided that I was gonna start trading. I'm honestly just waiting on my school of stock graduation test, but my pickles professor hasn't shown up in months. I'm starting to worry my investment isn't gonna pay out. The channel has two like 10-minute videos on it. I'm not sure it's a preparatory course for anything. I'm not kidding. I most likely am leaving the legal field. It's just not worth the stress and the work and the lay pay. Little did they know they were paying you to paper trade all day. They really were. Yeah. It's I did field engineering for a construction company because with overtime and per diem I was making well over 250K a year fresh out of school. I feel like there's always opportunities and if you expand your outlook. Especially right now. I mean there's fucking jobs everywhere, right? I don't know, maybe there aren't, but I feel like there are. Greg basically said, "Don't waste your time in school." And quit. I didn't say that at all. School's awesome, but I mean, you can educate yourself other places. Like you don't have to attend school to do that. I stopped because I didn't want to live in a man camp and work 13 on and 1 off for the rest of my life. But it was an excellent way to get ahead early. Fair. Wait, I counted your other channel as my experience. I applied for options. I'm doing my best to keep vacancy in the job market. Every divorce attorney I know works less than 30 hours a week and clears 300K a year. They do divorce does family law does pretty well, but it's a big pain in the ass. My brother's an aerospace engineer, graduated from one of the best programs in the country at Georgia Tech, and makes less than 6 figures a year. Tell him to learn Python and get a job with a hedge fund. He'll triple his pay. I got a job as a PM for a water mitigation company because I had some experience in construction and no one there does. They pay me way too much for not much work because I know how to caulk. Is that why your wife hasn't left yet? Because of your caulking skills? Man knows how to lay down a smooth strip. Um, Family law. Thanks to the PTSD, have I shared my feelings toward redheads? Yeah, we're well aware of your situation, Mr. Poopy Pants. Too many children, stupid penis brain. How quickly do you think I could pass a Series 7? Can you, well, I don't know. Have you figured out reading yet? I was in sales, base salary was 6 figures. I made more than the engineers just by waking up. If I put in an effort, I could make 7. Nice. I know a few guys that work in like manufacturing sales. They make a shitload of money. Don't do any investment blindly, including investment in yourself. I have a plan and always keep leads on compelling opportunities. Take choices depending on opportunity market, correct? Seems like a reasonable take. Gork, are we going back up again? Well, we went up and then we tested and failed, and now we're testing a little higher. So we've got some stability, but we're still below delta neutral. I would say I feel attacked, but you know you're right. Law is highly dependent on school rank, class percentage. I mean, that's only if you go to work for a firm, right? If you start your own firm, it's dependent on how well you can run a business. I know a lot of doctors that aren't very good doctors, but they run a private practice, and other doctors do the doctoring, and they make a shitload of money. I think in education, like in collegiate education, there should be far more required business courses because establishing your own business is a big part of succeeding in almost any field. And business, I mean, we live in a capitalist society, so it kind of applies universally no matter what you do. Like I have two really good friends from college that both became teachers. Um, and not because they couldn't, but because they wanted to. Um, One of them teaches at like New York City public schools and makes like 60K a year and some benefits and has the summer off and smokes way too much weed. And the other one worked at a high school in upstate New York for like 3 years, and then he started a daycare, and now he makes like 500 grand a year, right? Still using what he had, right? But making way more money doing it. I saw that Eddie Murphy movie. They're pumping Nvidia hard. Cool. Uh, Okay. This is kind of just like mean reversion on a bounce. You guys have it all wrong. I don't work for the money. I work for the dignity. You want to be proud of the job, right? Doesn't matter what you make. You just want to you want job security and and dignity. Definitely firm-based employment. Many strive for this from the beginning though. If you can build your own successful business, you'd be comfortable either way with more upside with a JD. Yeah. You can make 60K a year and survive in New York? No, he had to work nights at another job. I think they get 4440 then fail. 4440 is still a long way off. Gamma flip point has moved out to 4442, and there's like no fucking call interest to the upside till we get to 4440. So I'd be impressed if they turn it around here. Can you give me my new coworker Sean Foy some advice, please? He's in slapping skins with a coworker who's Downsy named Katie, hoping he will get infected and then be able to collect disability. Can you please tell him that only works if you steam the rose? One love. He's trying to pick up an extra chromosome? That's gonna be difficult. Maybe he's already missing one. Looks like Kendra made some money recently. I was watching on Fast Forward. I'm pretty sure Apple has more revenue from AirPods than Nvidia does as an entire company. Yeah, I believe that. Bussing up through DN, testing DN. You guys get very like hyper focused on the 1 minute. It's not trading if you're not looking at the 1 minute. I, I mean, I guess. This could easily just fail a retest of delta neutral, right? Um, Even if it breaks up, I mean, there's a chance it fails at like 4420. There's a chance it fails at 25, at 30, at 35, right? There's quite a lot of levels. And DN is still way the fuck below gamma neutral. So it's all the upside is a constant struggle. It's a little less of a struggle after delta neutral, but it's still a struggle. I'm a freelance software dev. I carved out a niche with manufacturing sales, but after 25 years, I'm sick of it. I want more family time, and I'm ready for some easier income. Fair enough. I watch every tick. It gives me an edge. It helps me lose money faster. DN's the purple line right there that we just rejected off of. There. If it fails below that, bearish. I'll be right back. Here, I'll try to tell you if it's going to fail below that. Maybe too early to tell. So, yeah, so if it fails below that, it'll stabilize first, otherwise bounce. So, probably like this, or you could straddle that, or just wait for it to actually break down or up. Put some holes in it before you go. Sure. I just want to grab some to eat. I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. Has anyone checked in on 4540 guy? Is he okay? $10:05 a.m. for Powell tomorrow. We don't care about that guy. Are you okay? Is your lunch all right? It's fine. Goldman pumping K-View bullish? Could be. Why? What did they say? They just raised their price target or something? Can't listen, Peener. Ooh. Still looks pretty bearish, though. Struggling to hold SPX over 4405. NQ looks like it wants to drop. ES rejected off the lower test of the trend, which is pretty fucking bearish. I would say maybe we get channel locked here. It's way too early, but I would say maybe the rest of the day we build out something like that. There's too many fucking lines here. If we continue to find support at 4400 and 4405. So like if the bears keep or the bulls keep pushing and trying to salvage their position down here, maybe into close. That'd be beyond close, actually. Maybe like that. Still another couple tests, but I mean, yeah, that's the problem with that. Is that's why we need more tests, is because it could still do this. We'd end up at like 4380 by close. Well, SPX 4380. Oh, based on what it looks like to me right now, put interest is pretty stacked at 4400, 4410. There's still plenty of it at 4415 and 4420. And there's really not any significant call interest, or at least uncontested call interest, until you get up to like 44.40, where the gamma flip point is. So unless they come in really hard at the end of the day when calls are cheap, there's simply too many in the money puts for them to drive a lot of upside, right? But they still have substantial Vega risk at 4,400. So if they can reduce variance and keep VIX down in this range, then they can sustain a little more risk at 4,400. If we break below 4,400, not so good for them. But yeah, I mean, it's advantageous for both sides to get stuck in this range. One sec. Ow. Fuck. Did they not de-risk anything this morning? Maybe a little bit on the way down, but no, I don't think so. Longer dated puts have been in place since yesterday. We're definitely seeing more of them come in, but I'm discussing the 0DTEs primarily. Am I bullish? No. More likely SPX downs tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's just going to be volatile, right? We have Jackson Hole like first thing in the morning. I don't see any situation there where we don't see both a lot of up and downside, unless he just comes out super fucking bearish right off the bat. Although to that point, don't forget that bulls are also, actively fighting back against everybody in the market trying to hedge tomorrow and build up some tail risk hedge, right? And they're still managing to keep VIX down, even though normally with an event like this we'd have VIX at like 20. One sec. Gherk, my last sex party was ruined after the oysters were snacked on prior to the fun caused a gravy plunging competition. On another note, can you read the latest Rudy Giuliani transcript of his calls with Miss Dunphy? He shares great trading secrets. I'll DM you a link. Who? If you were a pooty toot, which pooty toot would you be? I'd be my in the money 44.35s. What about you? I don't know who Giuliani is. I don't know who Dumphy is. I thought today was the J-hole. What's happening today, then? Just profit taking? I mean, it started off with profit taking. And then bears were like, ooh, bulls are taking profits. Let's fuck them. Fair enough. Some guy off a TV show, Modern Family. Is that the one with Sofia Vergara? I know who she is. I don't have a specific weakness for Latin women, Grant. Do you know Julie Bowen? No. Lies? I mean, it's not a lie. It's a universal weakness. It doesn't just apply to Latin women. I'm a big hoe. I'm okay with them pricing in J-hole today and tomorrow. Just confirm the bear sentiment too. They have a term for you now. It's $1 percent boy. It's not very nice. Could VIX be at 20 at any moment, or do they have better control than I give them credit for? If that were to happen, it probably wouldn't happen during the day. Are there any types of women that you can resist? Yeah, I'm super shallow. But race doesn't play a part. I don't care about that. Tell us the story of the hottest woman you've ever been with. What is this, fucking high school? I would never disrespect her memory. How thick is too thick for you or me? She died? That's bearish as fuck. £10 more than me? No. Definitely fucking not. Is Juice Caboose too thick? Yeah, but I'd hit it anyway. I've never made a deposit at the Treasury. I think it'd be cool. No, I'm not gonna. Hunchbacks? Really? Do you think Pelosi is long or short? I mean, you'd have to ask her husband. She definitely pegs her husband. Oh, I thought you were talking about their portfolio. In that case, she's long. Are there any hunchback centaurs? No, it goes the other way, actually. You get a sloped back. Just joining. What happened with AMC? It's a piece of shit. What do you think happened with it? What's reverse repo like? Friends with benefits? They lost 4,400. I know. I'm also here. She pegs her husband to the dollar. I don't. I don't know. Why are you describing weird horse diseases? Do I look like a fucking horse doctor? Are there any other Fed presidents that are female and as juicy as the juice caboose? No, absolutely not. Pelosi for sure has some long ass ditties. Thank you, Water Bucket. Whole jokes aside, what's the non joke purpose of the Jackson Hole event? And why are we anticipating it? It's a economic symposium where the Fed lays out their forward projections for the coming year. Almost centaur doctor. I'll be around more, but not full time. I've been building a monster fence on my property, but work is finally slowing down, so I can be a degen a couple times a week. Kendra, I feel like you've been building a fence since I met you, man. We're gonna find out one day that Kendra's the contractor assigned to put up that wall. I need a woman with a tight stomach and big breasts and offers me more options than IBKR and TD combined. What about their other attributes like their mind? Subway Cup. Okay. Are we still channel locked? I mean, yeah, the channel's definitely still shadow banned. Now that Ozempic exists, all women can attain Subway Cup standard. Yeah, but you get cancer. When co-stream, let's give the people what they want. YouTube has very strict guidelines for what type of content you're allowed to share. Short pressure for Fubo? It's a fucking 2-year buy and hold. Why do I have to answer questions about the fucking stock every day? What a chat sausage party. Yeah, it's getting there. Is Jimmy still a 2-year buy and hold? Seems like it's going to be a lot longer than that, Blue Fire. As long as it's educational, we can do whatever. Hmm. What's up, Castellosaurus? Where did it go? Marry the ass, buy the tits. I wish I didn't buy calls this morning. Puts and sold calls are up though. Okay. Interesting take. You ever have a thick bug hit your windshield when you're hauling on the interstate and it scares you so much you almost yeet the wheel into an oncoming ditch? No. I mean, I've had bugs hit my windshield, but it never frightened me. What would be your ideal woman? Weight, figure, mind, race, financial requirements? I don't know. I don't really spend any time thinking about that. I enjoy the randomness of it all. SPX almost down 100 basis points. This calls for some music. No, it doesn't. I bet I can get shockingly close to the correct answer. Maybe, but I wouldn't tell you if you were right. Ideal woman, same like Tinder thought of the day. Sometimes, yeah. It could be Hinge or Bumble. How many birds have you unavoidably hit while driving? I have no idea. More than one. Who would be your ideal Fed chairperson? Height, weight, race, shoe size, etc. Volcker. Paul Volcker. He was like 6'7", huge hog. Smoked cigars a lot. Aren't you married, Poopy Pants? Or just until you make enough money that you can pick a new wife? I don't need anybody. I like being alone. I don't like people living with me or demanding things or requiring my I really don't like anybody requiring my time. Reprehensible feature of relationships. It's gonna be another day of people projecting on Gherk. It feels that way. You just described 90% of the people in here for stream content daily. Well, memberships were getting a bit overloaded, so it's always good to pull back or out. Just drive into a flock of Hungarian partridges and watch the feathers fly. It is 100s. Okay. Did you eat them? I'm actually surprised at how few questions here have been about Nvidia. It's not up. So the bulls are sad. They have no one to mock, except themselves. That's tough. We're still expecting K-View ups next week. Still think it could go up, yeah. It's been going up. I'd like it to go up more. Gherk, I never pull out of options or unhealthy relationships. My man. Damn, yeah, VIX went way too right. There we go. I got it back. Hmm. I bet the ghost of Arthur Burns is bitter watching the stream right now. I just compared JPAD to him last night. They're the same person. Ballless Fed presidents that let inflation run rampant. When will you stop watching GME? When I sell it. I bet Warden Elite is jealous watching the stream every day. Why? I didn't start streaming till he quit. Why would he be jealous? He was like doing other shit, right? You almost hear the baby bulls cry as they get slaughtered. Yeah. Looking at a 987-2 Cayman or F80 BMW M3. Bash me. I mean, if you've got the money, whatever. Arthur Burns, shorthand for Fed failure. How many, I mean, like, how many people here actually watched Warden? How many of the people left? Do you think we need to pass DN before a confirmation of a V? Yeah, we would have to break not just DN, but like 4420, 2025, actually. I'm probably going to close at or close to 4,400. Yeah, I would say right now that's pretty likely, unless positioning shifts dramatically. I never watched Warden, mostly because I am Warden, and why would I watch myself stream? Thanks, Jeff. You were the first person I watched. I think the perm stream. Those were wild days. Wild days of bull market exuberance. We're bears now. Furry, grumpy. I will say it's nice not watching the majority of my money fluctuate 50% a day. No, you're a furry, Bob. On longer time frame, SPX looks super bearish. Yeah, it does. We went all the way down last week through the puts. Bears repositioned and we tested delta neutral, fell back below it. Now continuation, likely. Yeah. They say market downturns have like 3 steps. They're still pretty far away from any kind of significant correction, but if we lost another 5 to 15%, maybe. I would say that we're very much still in a bear market, though. Have you heard rumors of a new COVID strain? Think we'll print more money? Yeah, I've heard that there's like new strains right now, and it's cooling off from the summer, so we're getting a tick up in hospital admissions, but sad day at the Kendra house. Ko-Fi has had enough of me and won't let me send messages anymore. Won't let me send any more knowledge. Oh, really? That's odd. I think you'll find that we're in a cup and handle. Always, right? What's the take on Nvidia losing today? You think 550 is still likely over the next few days? We'll see if the remaining in the money short calls get squeezed out. But they may just be repositioning right now, and if they do, the price could just go down further, right? Like we dropped close enough to yesterday's close that it's very possible that especially if we lose the next $15, that none of the short calls will get squeezed out. They'll simply reposition and drive prices down. The market makers won on Nvidia today. I feel like I finally reached the point in my skill progression where I'm consciously incompetent, and it only took like 2 years. I never could have gotten here without this stream. Thanks, Pickleman. Thanks, the bear case. Congratulations. I mean, at least now you can identify what's wrong and fix it, right? JC is finally doing his job. Kendra's money is no good anymore. Bear market confirmed. I happen to know there's a reasonable number of furries in the pickle jar. It's inevitable with their concentration in tech in general, in my opinion. Interesting. What's the most likely outcome from tomorrow? I gotta write it down. Most likely outcome from tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what path the Fed's gonna choose. I'm sure it'll be based off their, projections, but I don't know what they're gonna project yet. I still think they're gonna project a recession. I don't know if they're gonna lean into that narrative though. Lemur, go hiss hiss. Welcome to Cornichon, man. Thank you. Daddy, Dixie is close to 104. What happens then? 104.001. 104.1 KRBE. Is that a radio station? Dixie enormous. But last time the Fed said they no longer expect a recession. Yeah, but then they released their minutes where they clearly defined an expected recession as a possible outcome. See, you see how that works? Like, they have the data that they show everyone, and then they have the thing that they say. And those aren't always the same thing. I got a notification that I have to start paying my federal student loans starting in October. That's bearish. That sounds bearish. Same like revision of 300,000 jobs. Yeah. Whoops. Those people weren't actually employed. The Fed says one thing and their notes show something different. Isn't this double talk? Okay. They've also said that our banks are sound and resilient, and while that's true currently, if there's literally any change macroeconomically across the globe, that could become a false statement very, very quickly, right? What are you gonna be for Halloween this year? I've got suggestions. Uh, Figured I'd go as like a pickle themed financial YouTuber. The Japan, yeah, but I mean, even like the Eurozone or England, right? They could cut rates and pressure the Fed to do the same, or they could continue raising rates because their inflation is a bit worse. As the situation globally becomes more unstable, the central banks are not going to be as harmoniously aligned, right? We're already seeing pressure on Japan to make moves that would be against, the international expectation. That could also be true for Europe or uh, England as well. No one cares about Canada. Don't bring them up. They'll just do what we do and like it. I want to watch a pickle themed YouTuber. It sounds raunchy, correct? You think JPal has an app on his phone that updates in real time and it's just green when banks are sound and resilient, but goes red when they aren't? And he just times saying it when it's green? Maybe. Global credit crisis incoming? I mean, there's risks. I don't know if it's going to be a crisis, but yeah, that could happen potentially. Absolutely not, Rims and Tims. Hey, Girk, thank you for all the knowledge you share daily. On the flip side of KView, with APP going to the S&P 600, would there be any expected upside or downside move if included into SLY or similar? I mean, KView will probably benefit from being bumped into the S&P 500. I don't know if APP is gonna see any significant, but yeah, you can. I mean, there's literally funds built around uh, playing index repairings or like rebalancing. So yeah, you could try. Generally, being moved into a lower index is bearish, and a higher index is bullish. I can't wait to buy even less food. But you save so much on your cost of living by being in the Midwest. Why would I trigger? I'm a bit old for that. I can just buy candy. I want to dress up like J-Pow, my wife like Lagarde, and our kids go as a bull and a bear. No one would get it, but it would be amazing. You just want to take photos for the pickle jar. You don't even need to go out in public dressed like that. Here's the secret. You don't have to be skinny to be on YouTube. I'm not even going to read that, Bob. The camera adds 260 pounds. Sure. Don't get me wrong. It's cool being in shape and it feels nice. But I have money. So it doesn't matter. I've never seen your midriff or hooves. Therefore, invalid argument. Being healthy feels excellent. What did the temperature drop in Texas? What's got you all bullish? How do you know when a level has become resistance? Like 4,400. I mean, well, start with using your eyes and making an observation. Then attempt to quantify that observation. Possibly allow multiple tests of your hypothesis and see if that leads you to a conclusion. You're an inspiration to all men with low T and a large bank account. You can buy tea too. Spending 6 hours a day at the gym is something for poor guys. Does this require more than one brain cell? Sometimes. At least two. Do you have elastic bands attached to your slippers to make sure they stay on? No. You have your tea on drip, don't you? Yes. Be sure to pick up your T+2 pills for men in the merch store. Yeah. Don't forget to do that. What's with the drop today? It seems that the VIX isn't spiking as hard as the last drop. Does this indicate that put buying isn't aggressive this time? Or is it going to drop significantly lower and recover? I would say it's indicative that a lot of the risk between 4,450 and 4,400 was pulled back. At least a decent amount of it, right? So a little less Vega exposure for the market maker. But there's definitely more like vol control going on now than there were like than there was last week. Um, Part of that is the fact that people are hedging tomorrow's meeting, right? And that's going to put a lot of pressure, upside pressure on VIX. Is this going to leg down one more time before a close? It can. We're below 4,400, so The range is there. There's no volume or momentum to carry us to that range, but that can show up later. Any more chance of a close near 43.80, or is that done? It's still very early. Been trading debit spreads on at-the-money options for puts calls at market open each day. That's kind of like a cheaper straddle. I went 3/4 this week at 26% gain each day. Thoughts on that versus a pure straddle? Not as profitable, but less capital outlay. So it's similar, but yeah. The biggest problem with that strategy specifically is that when IV increases, you need much bigger moves to become profitable. And you cap your profitability as well. So when you get a big downside move, you miss out on it. So yeah, I mean, yeah, effectively a cheaper version of the same strategy, but there's downsides to it as well. You ever listen to Jam Chris a lot? Yeah, I mean, he says a lot of the same shit we do, but I like him. I mean, he is knowledgeable. I don't really listen to him very often, but sometimes I scroll across it. How wide are your stops if that trend up didn't stop out your 44.35s? They're pretty wide. I think we got to break above like delta neutral to stop them out. I'll probably move it a little closer now that we're kind of chopping under and at 4,400. Yeah, probably should do that. Offers okay salary, but work from home all week. Job B offers 7K salary increases, but in office 4 to 5 days. For a poor, what's the move? Asking for a friend. What's like the cost of your commute? If you have if you're spending 7 grand a year commuting to and from work, it seems like an easy answer. Do you like going into the office? 80 to 120 a week? I mean, assume the upper range of that in case gas prices go up, right? So I mean that kind of eats up all of your additional profitability. Work from home means more time to day trade, but that might eat up even more of his salary. You don't know his proficiency. it could be it could be beneficial to be in the office 4 to 5 days a week. What if he's like popcorn trader? Fair, it's a haul, but I hate commuting. But the 7K seems enticing. But after your commuting costs, the 7K is wiped out. So then you're just commuting for like 500 extra dollars a year. Nothing. I was talking about your trading strategy that you're writing a book about. buying the peaks with Popcorn Trader. I see. So it makes sense if I don't think about it. What? No, it doesn't. What? It doesn't make sense at all. You're spending $6,500 a year to get to do something you hate every day. I'm gonna stay home. It seems like the easy. Also, if you stay at home, you could get another job at the same time. That's also work from home. Boom! Now you've doubled your salary, and you're still not spending money on commuting. This is how you get nice things. Well, 3% merit increase after 4 years of nothing. Feels like a slap in the face. Big sads. So find a different job. Yeah, you can write off your office too. So you get that sweet tax savings. I don't trust this pump. What pump? $125K volume candle on Baba. All right. That's not that insane, right? It's had like a couple million volume today, right? Is Jackson's hole a real hole? I don't know. Ask Jackson. J Powell summoning the old magic down there. I think he's trying to think of how to ensure that he still has a revolving door while not fucking over the economy. If JPEG goes full bear tomorrow, how big of a drop do you think it could cause? 300 BPS? Sure, why not? Will Lulu recover from 0124 410 put sweep from this morning? It cratered my condors. I don't know. Hold on. I don't have any. I don't really pull data on Lulu. Give me a sec. Ouch. Probably it tends to be pretty volatile and it's at resistance, so it could bounce. I don't know if it's gonna bounce back to whatever range you need it to bounce back to, but you could turn the lower leg of your condor into a debit spread, and close the winning leg. You should have done this way earlier, but you could still do it to some degree, or you could sell a short put against. You could sell, well, you could sell a short, like a bear call spread against your like downside put spread, your bull put, and then close the other bear call spread. It'll reduce your losses, but if it bounces, you'll be fine. But mostly it'll just reduce your losses. You mess with Sava still or nah? Not for a while now. It hasn't really had those attractive skews in a long time. Why sometimes big candle, yet sometimes small candle? You just got to work with what you're born with, man. I don't know what to tell you. If you could, please leg this market down, like 43.90 for a couple seconds. Ah, I don't want to beat it by Peloton shares here. I did a Peloton ride while my bike was in the shop, and I think the instructors are wearing even skimpier clothing, so I'm full bull. Okay. Huh. That sounds like Dan work. Have any of the Dans thrown on a banana hammock and hopped on a Peloton? There could be a lot of money in that. This choppy chop is getting boring. Okay. I'm sorry. What's up, username, username face? Just sorting my life out. Straddle's a decent play for tomorrow. Pre-market likely to be a nothing burger. I mean, yeah, VIX is really cheap still. Better to open as 0 or 1 DT. I've been under trading recently rather than over. There's never anything wrong with under trading. Unless you survive off your trading income. Hmm. If I were to do 1 DTE, I would probably open, or like 0 DTE, I would probably do it in the morning. Otherwise, yeah, fuck, 1 DTE is so bad because you can't carry it over the weekend. I mean, you can, but it's shitty. I mean, in that case, I would probably go with like 0 DTE near market open. But I'd be careful what range you pick. You don't want it too close to 4,000 because that's where all the interest is, right? So you're gonna get a lot of chop at 4,000. So it's not a good place to set the straddle. True. Is a stationary bike and an iPad behind the dumpster? Biggest P-Town competition out there. I'm not a Dan. I just have a large collection of dong thongs. Nice. Are these ouchie down downs just positioning in preparation for the JPOW speaking tomorrow? No, I mean the positioning now into the end of the day will be, but the downside wasn't just because JPOW's speaking tomorrow. I'm sure that factored into it a bit. Who's Charmadillo gonna eat today? What if I were to tell you no one? They're gonna push for a breakout above 44.04 soon. Okay, but who cares, right? Cat's Pickles pick is going really well. Thanks for it. No problem, Insanity. Congrats. Why is Baba not dying? Well, it's just be happy that it's not going up and that you definitely and totally bought more than a reasonable amount of theta in order to see the play through, right? Of course you did. I would never doubt. I have to respond to offers by next week. Would 8% match 401k push you more towards the office job? Work from home job will do 3%. Potential for profit sharing, but that seems lofty in the current environment. I mean, are they profitable? I don't know what kind of business it is. You're definitely overthinking this. I mean, no offense, but it doesn't sound like that great of a job either way. It's insurance. I mean, I made more money off of one DTE straddle than you're gonna make this year. So you can understand my like complacency here. I just I do whatever you feel in your heart. You know, Go, follow your heart, tendies. I mean, how much are you really contributing to the 401k on 40,000 a year salary? I'm not trying to be a savage. It's just I don't know what else to say about it. Like the opportunity offered from work from home seems far more valuable to me than a 5% match and having to commute every day, but maybe I'm out of the loop. Kirk is the worst person to ask about jobs. I gave excellent advice. Fuck you, Cornub. Job A is 65k. Job B is 82k. Lol, I'm so overthinking it. It's already we already discussed this. It's a 7 grand difference, all 7,000 of which you're gonna spend on commuting. Do they both offer equivalent healthcare benefits? I usually buy like 25 to 30 contracts a night on each leg. I mean, some days you get to sell both the up and downside of it. That's always nice. Some days you end up with a dead leg because the market moves too much overnight, but sometimes that dead leg prints a few days later. I thought he said it was 7k. It's more than 7k? It's 17k. Why did he say it was 7k? Sometimes I end up with a dead leg when I turn past my desk too quickly and nail myself in the thigh. So I get it. What's up, Gaff? $17k might be worth it. It's a 7k bonus? So he gets 17,000 more salary and a $7,000. Yeah, I know. I know he said 7k at first. I think you need to find a new lady to bring you jobs. Is KView still doing what we want it to do? I'm thinking about rolling my position to October. You could if you want to. The best part about KView being in the S&P 500 is if the S&P 500 tanks, so will KView. And if this guy's future employer watched the stream, he's gonna get offers rescinded. Maybe. Now that Ivy has died off a little bit, is it the best time to buy Nvidia 600Cs for June 2024? You could try that. If my employer was watching Gherk, instant raise. Make them watch me. He's obviously in the 500 people watching. Makes sense. I'm leaning more towards there's no job A and B, and he's just picking cans out of the trash. Time to initiate a wire transfer then. Oh boy. I can't wait to listen to a year of you complaining about your 600C Nvidia calls. That's going to be super fun. Got it? Wendy's it is. Alright. He's not making 401k deposits of the entirety of his salary. Kirk made me unemployable. Yeah, but you think he's gonna max out his 401k every year on $82,000? Where do you live? Mississippi? With your parents? Mississippi is the worst state. There's Missouri. Arkansas. Like, I was born in Missouri and I hate it with every fiber of my being. Mississippi is still worse. I think it's just a random dart at the middle part of the country and you'll hit the bottom five, but Florida exists, so isn't that where you're going to retire, Gaff? I mean, you already live in New Jersey. That's your next inevitable life step. Soon, winters will start to get too cold. The kids won't be home as much, you know? Michigan's a decent state. People care about our sentiment for some reason. What's up, who's coughing now? How you been, man? Looks like a great day to lower GME cost basis, I suppose, if that's something you want to do. What is VWAP again? Hey, stay out of my accountant group chats. I've warned you before, you don't know me, Pickle Man. Which retirement community are you moving to so I can play on the gift basket ahead of time? I'm gonna fill it with FTX gift cards for you to buy Cardano with. When does Pickle Jargon own offices in Puerto Rico for no cap gains? Why not the Caymans? Or Cyprus? No, I can't do Florida. Their Cavas don't have a supplier for braised lamb yet, and for that reason, I'm out. Okay, but wait, hold on. As a majority shareholder, isn't that your responsibility to fix? Because we're a family office, not BlackRock. Dress for success, poopy pants. I'm thinking the Blue Ridge Mountains are where I move to next. Are you going to get a cave? GAF owns an equity? I mean, it's Kava. Good entry into KView calls? Could be. Might keep going down. Can you do a pull? Chop into close. 2, dump. 3, rip. 4, pump, then dump. Maybe like dump to 390, pump back up to 405, close at 4,000. I don't want to do a poll. I don't care about everyone else's opinion on what's going to happen. Is Baba going to 0 too much to ask for? Yes, for now. Cabin in the Mountains doesn't sound horrible if there's good internet and Amazon Prime can find me. Probably, but I already reached out to RC and he told me that I'm supposed to get others to DRS and then the lamb will come or some nonsense. Also told me he is greens only man and I can't abide. He is a greens only man. Wait, is RC a vegetarian? I just accidentally left my phone unattended at the office for an hour with the Discord volume way up. I'm gonna get fired. Yes, you are. Oh, it was judgy, Jen. There was if I didn't make that really clear. He strikes me as a pescatarian. Oh, vegetarians who believe in justifiable homicide. That's it. Did I did I finally alienate you, Salty? Cabins are logistical nightmares for remodels. Build one to specs and hope you never have to remodel it. Is it because of getting the materials there? You could just mill your own lumber, though, from around you. I wasn't even paying attention to this, but we broke out of that wedge. That wedge is invalidated. Yeah, I think we just sit on VWAP. DM. Holy shit, Dork sent me so many DMs. Oh yeah, this looks like it's gonna get boring. Was it the pickle thing? You know you can make money off the stocks going sideways. It's crazy, but it's true. Like left? No. No. I've decided I hate architects, and if you bring up selling contracts again, I'm gonna freak out. Shit. Did you say make money? Yeah. I was just about to ask what you thought of a butterfly here. Could be decent. You can sell condors or butterflies. So now there's rules to your sideways money making? What a scam. I mean, the only thing you can't bet on is left. Trading a flat range is like betting the under in sports. Betting directionally is betting the over. Okay, yeah. I fought hard today to break even, and it looks like I'm gonna be green today. Hashtag butterfly. And if you can find a financial product that'll allow you to trade left, be my guest. If I find an MM for the left contracts, I'm full porting. That'll be a better return than CERN. Yeah. We're doing big flat into end of day. It really fucking looks like it, man. Holy shit, this is dull. What if I flip my screen 180 degrees? Nailed it. CERN was a great return. I remember there was one day where Popcorn Trader was up on his CERN puts, and then he bought more. That's true. Bulls can have 4,400 back if they let Bears taste 4,375 first. It's true, actually. Yeah, if we dropped to 4,380, they'd be able to regain maybe even delta neutral. Reverse mortgage, same as left. No, you're just selling. You're selling your theta. It still moves right. Man, I can't believe AMC is up to $14 again. MOASS is finally here. I guess we're all wrong. Um, did you see Wall Street bets last night and like the number of fucking posts where people thought they were gonna make money off of buying calls before the reverse split? It was a psyop by Big Kenny. You don't even like Kenny doesn't even have to work to fool these people. They just create their own fictional narrative and then fully believe in and invest in it. When did Wall Street Bets go full purple circle degen? They haven't, but those purple circle degens are now diffusing throughout all trading communities and fighting crime on multiple fronts. If there was an inverse Wall Street Bets ETF, it may be more profitable than the inverse Kramer. It's called the lifestyle. The best psyop was options are bad. No one needed to manipulate or influence Superstock. They were stupid enough to make up completely fictional things all by themselves and then believe in them. Last one I sent you is interesting. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, pushing for a move to the downside. It looks like they're rolling down. $43.90. They're selling calls at 4,400. Hmm. Probably condors while they slap the bit on straddles tomorrow. Which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle was your favorite? Um, Michelangelo, and then Donatello. Raphael was a little bitch. It's Michelangelo. It's the only right answer. Did Bulls just lose 4,400 and 43.95 in one candle? Bulls already lost everything 3 weeks ago. Remember, there were people buying like SPY at the top. No problem, Cinnamon Pine Cone. And the newer Ninja Turtles, they made Donnie autistic. Okay. Has anybody done any studies on the occurrence of autism in turtles? COVID crash bulls still winning. We're all somewhere on the spectrum. Yeah, right. Have you met savants in the financial world? You mean like non-verbal people that are extremely good at one thing? Or a more loose definition of savant? Mitch McConnell. Autistic turtles. I'm pretty sure we talked about this before, but I think it's cool how Splinter gave each turtle a weapon that was diametrically opposed to their demeanor. How were katanas diametrically opposed to Leonardo's demeanor? Have you seen Love on the Spectrum? No. Katanas were the most deadly of them all, but he was the most controlled, the leader. You gotta lay off the Rule 34 fanfic, man. Donatello gets a fucking stick. Red Turtle definitely had stab daddy energy. I'm getting ads for Kraken Pro. Gork, are you a shill? I don't even know what that is. I have ad block. Plus, the turtle power sign definitely says Raphael is the leader. No, he just wants to be the leader. It's a staff, you absolute mongoloid. Gurk, does this look like a red candle to you? The current one? Yeah. Give us a preview of your Jackson Hole speech. They're gonna remain like data dependent and probably do another 0.25 hike this year, but they don't know when. Banks are sound and resilient. Inflation's coming down over time to their 2% goal. Something, something. Volcker. The end. Wait, Gurkha's Master Splinter, and we're the Turtles. I don't know if you guys are the Turtles. You're more like, you know in Secret of the Ooze, when they make, like, the wolf and the other turtle, or the fox and the other turtle, with like, way too much ooze? And they really like donuts? Choka and Razor? Yeah, like them. But with options trading accounts. We're the donuts. That's just hurtful. I feel like we're more of a bebop and rock steady kind of group. Oh man. You've brought up way too much of my childhood all at once. That was my favorite toy from like the age of like 4 to 7. I had the Ninja Turtle like VW van, but the roof fucking pulled back, and boom, there was a missile launcher on like a pivot mount that popped out of the top. That shit was crazy. Nice gaff. I went from negative 750 to up 1500 today. I'm pretty chuffed. I had the blimp too. It had two little launchers that you could flick the missiles out. Huh. I just had the van. I was poor. But I did have Bebop and Rocksteady. Now that I think back on it, they were more like rockabilly than they were biker gang. But, you know, whatever. It's the 80s were weird and early 90s. Core memory is unlocked. I had the Van Tugert. We're twinsies. Those OG toys go for so much now. I tried to get mine from my mom like 5 years ago, and she apparently sold them in a yard sale to some twerp a decade earlier and never told me. Oh, all of that shit's like early. I think my mom got rid of all that stuff a long time ago. Did you ever play the TMNT Nintendo game? Probably at some point in my life. Probably not long enough or with enough skill to realize that it was difficult. All my childhood toys are covered in lead paint and chew marks. I had the bike helmet with interchangeable bandanas. Ninja Turtles were cool as fuck, weren't they? Like, all the way up until Power Rangers. What do kids even have these days? Blippy? I loved my pet rock. Minecraft? Yeah. Nerf guns, I think? Water guns aren't even really a thing. Yeah, there's no more, like, super soakers, right? They have, like, gel bead airsoft guns and Nerf guns. Kids have TikTok and Fortnite. Coco Melon. The 90s was a great time to grow up. The TV was not suitable for children, which is why it was awesome. It was suitable. The kids sell Tesla calls these days and post it on TikTok. Jesus Christ. The original Beyblade? I know somebody got hit in the head with one of those and had to get stitches. The programs in the 90s were made by hippies. That's why it's so great. Hot tip for parents. Thrift stores are overflowing with cheap Nerf guns. Interesting. I'm gonna go to a thrift store today. Oh, actually, I don't think there are any thrift stores in New York, but maybe I could find one. Angry Beavers was fucking awesome. That was a great show. No, Ren and Stimpy was not suitable for children. But my mom would never let me watch that. And by the time Angry Beavers came out, I was already older. Did your mom let you watch The Simpsons? Not mine? No. She said they were stupid. She said it was about stupid people from the Midwest. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was just not allowed to watch it. And now when I go back and watch The Simpsons, I realize it's really just about stupid people. That's why it's so broadly appealing. Because most people are stupid and they're like, I can relate to this. What do you look for to enter a straddle for a day like tomorrow when you have to enter each leg individually, aka cash account? You should be able to enter a straddle in a cash account. Okay. A long straddle. I mean, you would want to find like a strike resistance and then attempt to buy both options out of the money. So like for instance here at like 43.95, right? You would want to get You'd want to try to buy, your call below 43.95 and your put above it. So you'd wait for like a bounce setup by the call on the dip, by the put on the rip kind of deal. Although maybe if you were good at timing that already, you wouldn't be in here. Huh. Feels like it's almost time to load up on some 4405 calls. Yeah? I wonder how many people have just been betting on the upside all day. I took a practice IQ test from Mensa and I got 125, but I feel extra regarded. Are IQ tests crap? Yeah. Don't worry, you're probably way dumber than the test indicated. You're just good at what it tested for. So your internal dialogue isn't wrong. Did I miss us discussing turtles on the spectrum? Yep, you did, and now it's over. We'll never talk about it again. I took an online IQ test and it said I was a Chandler. I'm not sure what that means, but I think it means I'm smart. Okay. Or an alcoholic. I took an IQ test and it told me I was in the 5th percentile. Roughly half of people have an IQ less than 100, which is disturbing to consider. Yeah, kind of is. What's your view on the long term effects of allowing everyone with a pulse to vote instead of requiring an ID test or IQ test or civil service? I mean, it's gotten us this far. I'm free. That's how IQ works. 100 is the average. My IQ test also told me there are a lot of hot single ladies in my area. Intelligence tests need to be administered by a professional, not on the internet. Do you know that 50% of people are stupider than your average person? Well, slightly less than 50%. We need to bring back IQ tests for jobs. You want the unemployment rate to spike to 30%? Yes. We give degrees on the internet. Why not IQ tests? Nothing matters. I mean, IQ tests aren't even really used anymore. They're kind of archaic, but manual labor jobs should be like American Warrior tryouts. Yes, bring it back. Then I can neither have job A or B. Don't worry, you'll figure it out, Tendies Talk. Probably around the time that you figure out that you're making $17,000 more a year going into the office, $10,000 more than you initially thought. See, the thing is, IQ tests aren't a good gauge because if the entire public is stupid, it won't be effective. We got to use SAT tests, but SAT tests aren't really. Those are more of a good test of memorization than they are intelligence, right? Have you seen how historical geniuses have super high IQs because they're compared to the average intelligence at the time? I've seen someone say that before. Do you think the average intelligence has improved over time? Because let me tell you something. I had one in high school, and the only thing I learned was I was really good at memorizing long string numbers backwards and forwards, and now I remember credit card numbers for fun. So I guess it was useful. I mean, you never have to pull out your wallet when you need to buy something on the internet. I don't know what those are, Popcorn Trader. Outliers is a good book that talked about IQ. Up to a certain point, the hustle and time you put into a discipline is much more important than high IQ. Of course, functionally high IQ is even better. Well, yeah, because you have to put in less hustle and time. Okay, fine. Instead of an IQ test or a SAT test, give everybody a tangled up N64 controller, have them untangle it, then place them on a distribution. Why not just give them a $500 options account? So never have to pull out your wallet. Back to spot by close. Yeah, you mean the market's doing exactly what I said it would do an hour ago? It's crazy. Maybe this time we can go to 4405. About to put leg of my straddle at the bottom. Let's go. True IQ test, $500 port challenge on PDT. I'd cash it out and buy myself a nice bottle of Henny immediately to the bottom of the curve. And not the good side. All gas, no chill. How do I make money on Japan dumping nuclear waste into the ocean? I don't know. Short, short sea urchins? What are you talking about? I didn't lose it all. I just spent a third of it. You can't withdraw money and spend it on booze so you can trade the rest without any inhibitions. What about tomorrow's speech? Are we bearish or bullish? I'm gonna buy puts and calls. Like, fuck, I can't watch me. Yeah, I don't think there's actually any real danger of them like clearing nuclear waste out of Fukushima. I mean, like, don't find like the outflow line and sit on it or anything, but other than that, probably be okay. You mean because it didn't actually happen? Is there a sweet spot of inebriation for trading? Don't ever trade intoxicated, especially not drunk, because your port will look like popcorn traders in like 3 days. Do you like omakase? Yeah. Seriously, I only trade when I'm on the edge of a K-hole. Weed might be good if it makes you paranoid. Okay, uncalled for, but accurate. Did you say guaranteed close above 4405? No. I traded high during market hours once and it was terrifying. That's how it should be. I'm a much better trader now. 2021 me, sure. 2022, also sure. 2023 me? Are you just talking about the also sure up until August? GME breakout in 20 minutes? Isn't CNS almost over? I hate being stoned when the market starts tanking. I start getting all existential and shit. I know you do. You get all like, hey man, the credit markets are fucked. This is all going to hell. We're on the cusp of a sovereign debt crisis. Oh shit. 1 second. Am I bipolar? No. Only Coke or Speed. Save the Quaaludes and Scotch for 401. Oh god, what an insufferably boring day. The beginning part of it was really cool. This is super lame. I mean, you could overnight straddle if you want to. Can you push SPX above 4,400 one last time so I can paper trade, buy the put side of my straddle? Maybe you'll get it at the end of the day if there's some put capitulation. Did you ever read Rise of the Carry? No. Starting back into it lately. It's a pretty good book. Look at how crashes happen and why. Stuff you've talked about a lot on stream, but deep dives. Huh, cool. Maybe I'll check it out. Bulls are kind of fucked. They're not in a great position. I kind of agree. We both know you won't. Don't lie to the people. I will. I like to read books. It goes a lot into the sale of volatility and how that's great until it's not. They're at the mercy of the bears. Hmm. Are the odds of a large correction starting tomorrow low? Probably. Although we don't know what JPOW is gonna say, so higher than today. So I bought more calls. Chat's getting too bearish. I'm buying my straddle calls now. They are getting pretty bearish. I hate being permanently bullish on GME. I'm broken. Yeah, you seem to talk about it a lot. There's other things going on. You don't need to be so hyper focused. Where did 30x minute to expiry play? I don't know. All right. Bounce here a little bit. Quirk, is this a bull market? Are all those clicks 4,400 C buys? What clicks? Have you ever worn Cuban heels and a lab coat? No. What the fuck? I'm not getting a fill on this. It's really annoying. Hold on. Is it weird that I missed Stefan? I don't know, maybe. It'd be really cool if this tanked into close. It's not going to, though, I don't think. Make a bear sound and swipe at the camera, please. It gets me going. But I'd rather not. Closing below 4,400 has to be pretty bearish, right? Bulls will fight for it. You'd expect them to, but I don't know how much ground they're going to gain. I mean, maybe with charm into the end of the day, but it kind of looks like shit. Okay, cool. I got a nice QQQ straddle at 40 or 363. That's fun, right? Check out the last one I sent you. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this isn't going anywhere. We might actually go down a little more today. Or just, I guess we just get stuck here at 90. Chase is offering $50 credit when I spend $15,000 by October. Is this winning? Are you gonna spend $15,000 anyway? Show us. What? Show us the money. What expiration are your KVU 30C for? September 15th. Bulls will just pump it again overnight to de-risk more tomorrow. That'd be cool. Also, I'm suspicious that Pyrex77 avoids coming into the channel for several days at a time, so we get reconditioned into only typing at PI, and that way when he comes back, we get extra mad. Why is Nvidia not up 10% today? Because it's an overvalued piece of shit. Also because the MMs are currently having their way with the Bulls and the Bears. Nvidia only up 99 cents now. It'd be so cool if Nvidia closes the day red. Yeah, I agree. Pyrex77 is a quality troll, unlike Jackson19. I hope Jackson's okay. He was real bullish yesterday on AI and Tom Lee, the future of the market. How do people not know to exit calls right at market open by now? 0.99%, not cents. Oh, okay. Lamb. Odorous Dan 6969. KVU 30C price going up be an indicator of 25C short calls closing. Could be. Could be an indication of short calls closing across the board if it were to happen. The Baba play still valid? Yeah. Why not? Are you buying a Jackson Hole straddle today or wait till tomorrow? Why not both? Ugh. If we fail in the next. If we fail 43.90 in the next 15 minutes, this is going to get quite spicy. That'd be cool. But we're just going to open here again tomorrow, right? GME rocket ship forming? No. If China pulls a Houdini, does Baba go down or just disappear? Oh, that's a good question. Will just disappear. Your ownership of Baba's synthetic. Odds Mullen becomes more successful than Tesla. I guess that depends on how bad Tesla gets, but pretty slim. Okay, adjusting my trading thesis. Bear song if Nvidia red? That seems fitting, yeah. Still got 75 BPS to go. It's gonna I don't think we get it, right? 30 minutes? Is Jack Ma still alive? He's been replaced. Ugh. Got him, dork. Nice. He said bips. I had to. That was reasonable, yeah. What a weird day for the VIX. Hmm. Oh, my ass is over. Do you know Davin? Davin? What? David E. That would be poetic justice for RC to baghold Baba. It kind of would be. I need an SPX close above 4,400. Thanks. Yeah, I don't think so, man. Wouldn't slip 43.90? Never. Never seems most likely there, actually. I put holes in the resistance. Ugh, Jesus. What's up, Dork? Nvidia getting close. It's not that close. Still 50 BPS. What are you gonna have for dinner? I don't know. I might just go to sleep. My body's like shell shocked from taking so many antihistamines yesterday. I kind of feel like a zombie. Prepare for the big day. Just ready my body for JPA. God, I wanted to crash so hard into closed dork. Who wrote the song Crash Over Me? I'm gonna look it up. Dave Matthews? That's the band with the guy with the violin, right? Crash Into Me? Oh, not as good. Oh no, Tiny Recovery. I'm gonna zoom way in on everything so chopping at 43.92 looks more exciting. Oasis. I love Dave. He's way cooler than you guys, and he's a hillbilly. Huh. It's just saying ding ding, the day is over. Can you end each day by singing Semisonic's 1998 hit, Closing Time? I fucking hate that song. More than that, I hate that everybody uses it to indicate that the thing you're at is closing. I want to play that song to my mother-in-law on her deathbed. What song? Beep boop, running data. Hmm. You think sold calls at 4,000 and they pull back into close? What range is expected for KView on a day like tomorrow where it enters the S&P 500? I have no idea. Why don't you look up historic S&P additions and then find out what days companies were added to the S&P 500 and then go look at their charts. I've learned so much since GME all those years ago. How is it possible that people on SS have learned less than nothing? Well, they've learned a lot of things. The things they've learned are bullshit, though. Like, now they're really good at figuring out the intricacies of registering shares. They don't know what registering those shares does, but we have an ASMR day if the market is slow where you eat a larger lobster on cam with copious butter. I don't think so. The the DD is done. DRS shill. No other DD is needed. Yeah. Imagine if the whole world worked that way. They still hate options. Take solace in the fact knowing that all of their positions are underwater. That's what I like to think about. House of Cards Part 6. Kenny took all my money. Delta neutral on Caterpillars at like 267. Gene CRISPR. La Gene CRISPR? Really? You've gone with the French? Alright. I still hate options too, but sometimes I make money on them. Fair. I never really believed in MOASS, but I honestly thought GME could hit like $1,000. I'd like to believe I'd have sold that. I would have. If GME hit like 500 again, I would have sold everything. There was a moment there, a brief window in time where it was possible, and over time that window moved further and further away until it became a construct from a previous life. I would cry like I won the lottery if GME hit $50 now. I mean, $50 isn't impossible, but they would need to roll out some kind of plan. You know, they would actually have to fucking do something. If they didn't release shares, it would not have surprised me if it went over 500. Yeah, yeah. If there was no dilution there, it would have kept going up. Gamma Max was like mooning going into the shareholders meeting. You're saying Jimmy won't hit $50 just collecting bond interest on their cash hoard? Not in the next 5 years now. What would it take for you to sell your shares? I don't know. I want RC to spend my money. That or implied volatility at 20%. Leggett 43.75. Let's go. VIX at 17. Yeah, beyond zero cost basis now, but Well, adjusted cost basis, but yeah, it's below zero. It's like Palantir now. Like I just fucking have it. It's become the thing I hate. I could sell it, but then I'd have to pay taxes on it. And that's a lot of money. So I guess as long as it's still providing a yield, it's worth it for me to hold. I don't see a good reason to play Jimmy most of the time when SPX and Tesla exist. There are opportunities on it when its price to performance are nigh unmatched, but they are reducing and becoming less and less frequent. GME is going to announce AI right before the next crash. I mean, if you want to time your Nvidia puts, wait until GME incorporates artificial intelligence. That'll be the end of the bubble. This is getting juicy. A little bit. I usually have I have them on rotation, and I'm not necessarily laddering them because I'm usually not selling them all at once, but I'm always selling some portion of my GME shares as covered calls. And then if we get a run, I sell larger portions. So more of a rolling position than like a ladder that I'm building out all at once. Give you price target announced at $29 a share by Goldman Sachs. Cool. Crypto pumping into AI has really been a boom for Nvidia. Yep. Well, the wrong side of my straddle 20 minutes ago. I guess I'm building a small strangle instead. That happens. Don't feel so bad about it. Just try to keep it as tight as you can, I guess. Or roll your call down or your put down. What in the actual fuck happened today? Slash Nvidia. Well, the market makers ate it. They ate it all up. They gobbled it alive. All those sweet, sweet premiums right in Kenny's pocket. I don't know how the fucking Nvidia is not red yet already. They're fighting back against the dropping market so hard. Look at the candle getting all twitchy. Well, that's bearish. Yeah, I think this is just futures selling off at this point, Dork. Look at fucking ES volume. I'm so fucking horny. I gotta go fuck something real quick. Dixie 104, man. Dixie 104. Turns out, pretty bearish. Fuck your green candle. Okay, so leverage down again. Am I doing this right? Could be. Could have diamond handed all my bear calls. Blah. You could have. You could have also gotten blown up on him, right? My puts were down 20% this morning, and now they're back to flat. You hit the wrong button. I didn't hit any buttons. Okay, Dixie back under 104, back above 104. Under 104, above, above, under, above, under. Which way is it gonna go? Holy shit, the pound's down a lot today. I gotta roll down and in for a small credit. Thanks for the heads up. No problem, man. They're giving her all that they've got, Captain. I really gotta zoom out. I don't know if I can move these around too much. Some quick capitulation now, I guess. We're doing after-hour stream of SPY halts into close. Why would I do that? No problem, Quinn. If you want to DM me, you can tell me what you did wrong. I can try to help you figure out hedging a little. I sampled a couple companies that were recently added to the S&P 500, and some of them do exceptionally well, like a couple green days with 10-ish% gains. Yeah, there's a couple of papers on S&P 500 inclusion, and most of it points to positive returns. Did you say holy shit the pound town a lot today? Believe it or not, no. What was price action today? And the cape for tomorrow? Not a lot, I don't think. I mean, positioning's still very like tied up at like 4,400, right? So even though we moved to the downside of it here, unless they've de-risked the 4,400 strike, which I wouldn't know until tonight, then we'll probably move back into that range. I mean, that's like the range we traded in all day. That's where most of the straddles and strangles are going to be sitting. So 2+2 almost off the table for Nvidia, huh? I would say it's probably just off the table at this point. There's like no gap left, right? So I just bought my 4400C 0 DTE. BTU $22 CSP entry here. I mean, it's in like a little bit of a downtrend. If the markets keep pulling down, it might move back to like 2080. So you might be able to sell a lower strike for equivalent yield. If you're just doing it for income, selling them in the money is risky unless you're okay with picking up the underlying. How far out are you buying calls to hedge upside for tomorrow? I mean, I have like a, I guess it's not 14 DTE. Um, nine DTE. Straddle that I opened earlier at 43.95. I'm probably gonna open another straddle tomorrow, like at the money before the meeting, or well before the presser, and then I don't really have any other upside call hedges. I don't think I need any. That's probably enough. I'm not really overexposed anywhere, so I think that's enough hedging. I picked up like a 100 by 100 straddle on QQQ at 393, and then 30 by 30 on SPX at 43.95. So I think I'm pretty well covered. If there's like a crazy move up or something, I'm fine. I bought a 43.75, 44.15 overnight strangle. Too large. I don't have much liquidity for a straddle. It's not that it's too large. It's just that the one of your strikes is a very important resistance, right? And so if you move into the lower end of your strangle, you can get hung up on resistance. Your upper end's fine. Like there's no one's contesting 44.15. But yeah, if you don't get the breakdown on the lower end, you can end up with like price bouncing off the lower side of your straddle and then trading in between it, which sucks. Unless you have like a decent amount of theta. Also, yeah, it's a little wide, but if that's an issue, you can always go with like SPY or QQQ as an alternate option instead of SPX. So like if you don't have the capital to get the position you want on the instrument you want, find a different instrument. So looking back, it looks like stocks start to move with the market on the day they're added to the index, but entry day has colossal volume, and KV shares are tied up right now. Is that the idea? It's part of it. They're not. They shouldn't be tied up anymore. But there's still a large short position on KView that could get pressured out. So yeah, I mean, not one of the reasons I haven't handheld people through the J&J KView thing is because you know, you can do all the research in the world, but the breakdown of an ARB position like that, especially one of that size, is not always, it doesn't follow like a consistent pattern, right? So, you might have one of the stocks moves the way you want, the other one doesn't kind of do anything. or they both shift back as the short and long are closed out. That's obviously the ideal scenario. Sometimes one will move down, recover, and then the other one will move up and fall back. Um, so yeah, I mean, and so you've got to manage it, right? I mean, the J&J side of it already printed hard, right? Like that should probably be the extent of expectations for it. But the KVU side can still run. But you do have to kind of actively manage the position and make decisions in real time. And so, you know, I laid out the thesis from that point forward. It's kind of on anybody who's interested in it. Damn, KV rocketed up into close. Cool. Well, that was nice. Nice turnaround there. Ding ding. Yep, it's over. All right, cool. So VIX closing out at 1720. SPX closing at 43.76. Nvidia almost fucking red on the day, but not quite. Too bad. Uh, I mean, we fell to the lower end of the strangle positions on SPX. I want to take a look at tomorrow's expiration. So, yeah, it looks like that doesn't look great. Hold on. Let me refresh this real quick. Interesting. Well, a lot of puts coming in into the end of the day too. Let's see. That's not the expiration I want. It's just not gonna show it to me. Fucking piece of shit. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we actually have a pretty decent amount of positioning between like 43.90, 44.50 for tomorrow. On the wider ends of the straddle, with 80.75 being the strangle points. Call wall to the upside at 44.15. Put wall at 44.30. So some defense of the downside. Gamma flip moved up to 44, 42.50, which is roughly where it was today. That's kind of about the same on longer dated expirations. A lot of sold calls at 44.50, 4,500. 4,300 picked up a lot of long dated put interest today. So I'd guess that the expectations out of Jackson's Hole are pretty bearish because everything here is weighted to the downside. ES broke through 43.85.75. Next downside resistance there is 43.72.50. And then beyond that, well, 72.50 to 67 has been support previously, but really we're looking for a break of 43.50.50. That's a very important level. I think that's about it. But yeah, things seem to be positioned pretty bearishly. So careful with the call side. Remember, any test to the upside of less than 4,400 is a failure. So you're still not going to need to hedge right at the money for an upside move. I think that's about it. Is Upstart dead? Did it lose 30? Nope, it didn't lose 30 yet. The big pile of puts is at 30. So I always have issues with the straddle, which is that, say you want to buy a 43.75, the call side is 1,000 more than the put side. You could leg into it. Also, way higher delta versus equal weight delta strike is 44.15. So how would I buy it at this point? I mean, you can make a delta neutral strangle, which you would have to do because of skew. But if you're gonna straddle, you usually want to try to leg in as one option falls out of the money. Like so when we get hung up at any strike throughout the day, and there's usually multiple opportunities for this. There was one here at 80, right? You know, you kind of want to buy your put side in these ranges. You want to buy your call side in these ranges, right? That way you're buying them both out of the money, and that also narrows like your profitability spread a little bit. It's not going to be a ton, but a little bit. KView volume just jumped 200 million. Yeah, it's being added to the S&P, so dark pool buy-ins. $43.50 on ES. How about NQ? So I don't really do a lot of analysis on NQ, generally speaking, unless I'm like actively trading it, which I haven't been lately. But let's see. NQ important resistances are going to be 14.8. And that looks like a very important resistance at 14.725 and 14.6. The big resistance on NQ that's important is 14.5. But we're still really far from that. That's another like 230 BPS away. You know, a long time ago, we joked that Nvidia had to hit 500 before the market would crash. Well, they definitely found plenty of bag holders. Wait, hold on. Did Nvidia go red in after hours? Nope, not yet. Did you go over the GME tips? We can take a look at them. I mean, there's a little contraction here, which means that they're covering and then shorting, right? So that super flat fucking sideways trading, you know, they're covering and then shorting again, right? Over and over. And that's you know, covering for the last few days is net, like they're net covering, but you know, there's no buy pressure, so it's the price is just going to continue to drift down as active funds bring them additional liquidity, right? Our next like downside support is here at like 15. What is it? It's like 1564 or something like that. 1553. We'll probably get to that. We're not seeing like large scale covering, right? Like we're not seeing big shifts in liquidity, and so they're definitely not peeling back any of their short vol exposure or short exposure right now. But they are shorting the fuck out of it. So maybe we'll see the borrow rate increase over the next week or something, or into earnings, something like that. That would be a better indicator of a run. So it was all just a pump and dump. It always is. Fubo, Fubo. You know, Fubo was holding up pretty well earlier today, and actually continued to hold up pretty well into close. I guess Russell, you know, didn't get hit as hard as Nasdaq, but seems to have some decent support at $2. Fucking Fubo didn't do much today. Just kind of stayed pretty flat after this morning's drop. Liquidity's fine there. They definitely have plenty of liquidity to short if they want to. Although, you know, shorting Fubo sub $1.50 after the last couple earnings may not be the wisest choice for short sellers. That doesn't mean they won't get greedy. JWN? What's it doing? They have earnings, right? looks like, I mean, they might have done well on EPS, but without guidance, it's irrelevant, right? Top. Yeah, so Tup realized like a tiny bit of liquidity. It's hard to tell because Tup's still just so illiquid. It has like a 30 million share float. But it looks like they were able to stop, or they covered enough for what they needed to for the time being. It's definitely being shorted now. There's no active covering going on. It also stayed stable against the market, which means that maybe, I don't know, with Top and Siri and Fubo, it's possible but unlikely that in the event that there was a big correction, shorts might cover in advance of that, or the shorts are like volatility exposed and a big spike in VIX could force some covering. But I think those outcomes are pretty unlikely. Maybe on Top, but not on Siri and Fubo, just because they're so liquid. Tupperware, yeah, that could have some liquidity problems. Nvidia red and after hours. Bear song, please. You got it, man. Anyway, thank you all so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out for tonight's update. Later, guys.